Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
President Green.
Here.
Councilman Lafferty.
Here.
Councilman Watts.
Here.
Councilman Kabazinski.
Present.
Councilwoman Rogancy. Here. Councilman Papandrea is absent. Councilwoman Moore is present. You have a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is adoption of the agenda. So moved with discussion.
Consent.
Consent.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion?
Thank you. There is, we need to add 4CC, which is a resolution for 13350 Sherman House and Garage nuisance abatement to set the public hearing for July 11th, 2023. And on item 4X, there is a correction. This is for a special assessment roll number 524.
What was the item number?
X.
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 Or X.
For
Mr.
X,
President, point of order.
X.
Point of order. We didn't do a excuse for Mr. Papandrea yet. The absent member.
They're passed.
Let's get through this one and we'll get to that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Adding as item 13.
Next item, you do that.
Pardon me?
Next item.
Right. Good. Thank you, Mary.
You agree to the amendment to the consent?
Without objection.
Call the question on consent. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Ms. Rogancy?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passes 6-0. Mr. Kaczynski, you want to make a motion to excuse the absent member?
Motion to excuse Mr.
Is there
Papandrea.
support?
Support.
Motion by Kaczynski, support by Moore to excuse Mr. Papandrea. All in favor?
Roll call.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Rogancy?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
No.
Mr. Lafferty?
No.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passed 4-2. Next item.
Next item is adoption of the agenda. So moved with discussion.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion.
Yes. Okay, what number? So add as item 13G, a resolution requesting the administration to solicit bids for the operation of the wastewater, or the waste transfer station at 25600 Flanders, Warren, Michigan. Adding as 13H, discussion Ray Landmark Estates, and item 13I, update regarding parking lot striping and resurfacing. Ms. Camp, did I miss anything?
Any additional? Call the question on the agenda. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Rogancy?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passes 6-0. Next item.
Next item is 6A, calendar of pending matters. Motion to receive and file with discussion.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion?
Yes, thank you. You know, there are items going back to 2019. Some of these are so easy. In 2020, we have an item, we asked the Human Resources Department for all of the signed ethics pledges for the appointees and the employees as required by the ethics ordinance. We've not received those. We've asked for a status of all commissions, a list of commissioners with expiration dates, number of vacancies per commission. This ties into the ordinance we passed, the Good Government Ordinance that would make accessibility to commissions, their agendas, their minutes on the city's website. That ordinance has been passed and approved by this council. The clerk has once again not published that ordinance. I would request that she do her job and publish that ordinance. She doesn't have a decision to make. Her job is ministerial, to just do what we have told her to do. She has no authority not to do that. We have asked for the civil service rules of procedure and a list of all appointed positions. That is easily produced to us. It's not been done. We've asked for the legal fees and costs in the Greg Murray lawsuit excluding the settlement figure. We've not received that. That is easily accessible by the administration. We've asked for a report on chicken coops, inspections, license renewal, no information. We have loose chickens all the time. Mr. Lafferty likes to report those to me when he gets a report or sees one. And I get, reports from businesses and about chicken coops. They have a problem with them. They are with disrepair a lot of times. We've asked requests for information regarding the social media posting of Ralph Roberts. There was supposed to be an investigation into that. There wasn't. We've asked for an explanation from Miller Canfield and Kirk and Huth as to the public purpose of sending demanding letters to residents and to nonprofit organizations attempting to stifle free speech. Nothing. Both of those firms take a lot of money out of this city in legal fees. They're paid a lot of money, and they can't answer one simple question. There are violations of the nepotism clause, section 7.27 of the charter. We called for the mayor and the human resources to call for the resignation of department heads in violation of this. We have an item on the agenda tonight addressing that to some extent. I want to make sure, and I'm going to ask the clerk to send a copy of this, the corrected Public Arts Commission Ordinance 8803 that was to be published. That actually was published, but when we asked for a copy of the ordinance, it was the incorrect ordinance. It's not the one council passed. So they published an incorrect ordinance when they finally published something. And we've asked for a panel to be formed to discuss opioid settlement so that they can advise the council on how those monies are to be dispersed. Nothing's happening. That money is sitting there. It could be helping people, but we need to make the right decision, informed decisions. There needs to be a panel of experts, and I would implore the administration. I'll work with you. I know lots of these organizations, and I'd be glad to work with anybody they appoint to get this rolling. So.
Any
That's
other calendar pending matters? Call the question. Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Next item.
Next item is 6B, discussion in Ray, resident neighborhood concerns. So moved.
Mr. President.
Mr. Watts?
I got one item. I was contacted over the weekend about Heather Ridge Estates and Lancaster Woods at 12 Mile and Hayes. There was originally a masonry wall, brick wall, that separated the two complexes, and I'm sure it was part of the original site plan as we normally see. And apparently, it's fell down a couple times, it's been put back up, and the Lancaster Woods, I believe it's a condo complex now and not apartments as stated, but they have decided, they just went over there one day and took the wall down and put up a chain link fence, didn't even do a proper job. And I know the residents, the Association for Heather Ridge has been talking to them, and they're not getting anywhere. They call in the city's not calling them back, the city's not coming out. And I would like somebody to go over there and take a look at this. One, I'm sure the fence was put up without a permit. Two, I'm sure that block wall, masonry wall was part of the original site plan, and we need to make sure that we enforce these places to keep their places up the way they were supposed to when they built them. So again, it's Heather Ridge Estates and Lancaster Woods at 12 Mile and Hayes, and it's the backs up to the houses on Granada Plaza, right off Hayes. So it won't be hard to find. They'll see that chain link fence. So I'd appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Watts. Any additional?
Mr. President,
Ms. Moore?
I received an email along with Councilman Lafferty and Councilman Watts were on this as well, from a resident at Joseph Coach. And he was away for the weekend, and he came home to discover campaign literature at the apartments and slid under people's doors, and it requires a key fob to enter the building. So I don't know what's going on over there, that someone was allowed access. I don't know if employees put campaign literature, I can't imagine that. But there needs to be an investigation of who let someone in to put campaign on a private development. This is city-owned property, but this is people's private apartments, and you have to have a key fob to get in. And I would ask that there be an investigation of who got in there, or who allowed access. We know who it was that was in there. We've got the report of that, but we need to know who authorized that, because that is just wrong. That's wrong.
Thank you. Any additional?
Mr. President,
Mr. Kaczynski?
so I will complete your investigation right now. I did it, and I proudly did it, and I'll do it again.
Better not.
I will, and you're not going to do anything about it. And you're not going to do anything about it, and you're not going to do anything about it, and you're not going to do anything, and you're not going to do anything about it. Okay? So let's clear that up right now.
I think the residents will, filing
so-
complaints with the police.
I'm sorry, I have the floor, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the item here for resident concern had to do with yesterday's planning commission. In the course of canvassing in the new area for District 5, the Lexington complex had a total of 11 residents that brought to my attention about the new development that the McDonald's wants to do. And the issue has to do with light and noise discipline here. The McDonald's now uses these big LED televisions to show a menu, and they're really bright, and as well as the noise having to do with the speaker that comes out of the McDonald's speaker. So now there's going to be 2 of these, and it echoes right off of the big retaining wall. And the residents' concern is if this gets approved, the amount of traffic that's going to be increased off of the McDonald's on Van Dyke near Martin Road. I have no problem with development, but when you have overdevelopment that encroaches on the residents' comfort, that they can't not enjoy a good night's sleep on a Friday and Saturday night so they can be ready for church on Sunday morning, this is an issue. McDonald's was here, and I don't believe, although I don't have any proof of this, but I don't believe the gentleman that was here from McDonald's yesterday lives in the city of Warren, nor does he live in that complex, so he doesn't have to deal with it. But the residents do. They also have to deal with the loud amount of music that happens overnight, because it's now at 24 hours at McDonald's. So if we're going to listen to the resident concerns about noise and light that's happening at this facility, I would implore the Planning Commission and any other residents that live there at the Lexington complex to come to the next Planning Commission meeting and have your voice heard. There seems to be where if you don't just write a letter and you're there actually in person and the Planning Commission has to see you, then they'll actually listen to you and consider what you have to say. If you're not there in numbers, it doesn't seem to be that they actually are concerned with what you have to say. The other item has to do with Hupp and Van Dyke. On Thursday morning, when the half-day of school was letting out, the traffic light was completely dark. It remained that way for the next 48 hours, and then finally it got repaired. That traffic light at Hupp and Van Dyke is meant for the children that are leaving the Lincoln Elementary School complex to safely traverse Van Dyke and get across the street to the west side of Van Dyke. When it is completely dark and it's not flashing amber, not flashing red, the crosswalk is not working. I know one of the items that was brought up during the Tifa DDA was having additional crosswalk stations available, but there's a problem. We can't even maintain the traffic light and the crossing signals that we have. So this seems to be a constant problem, not only at this intersection, but in the south end, where when the traffic lights go out, the response from the county is lackluster at best. So I would implore the administration to basically get on Mark Hackle's rear a little bit more and make sure that our traffic lights are working, because it is a county issue. And then the final item was having to do with signs. So somewhat, this is having to do with the signs that people have at their places of business and also in their residence. Somebody seems to think it's funny to go around and rip off signs. Let me reiterate that this is a crime. It is a criminal offense to do that. So it's not funny. I don't know who thinks they're doing it, but it's not funny. It doesn't matter who you're doing it to, what candidate, if they're running for mayor, if they're running for council, council at large, or clerk, it's not funny to destroy and wreck somebody's signs. It's a criminal offense. So if you're doing it, or you know who's doing it, stop doing it. And if you do know who's doing it, report it to the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional?
Mr. President,
Mr. Lafferty.
to the engineering department, just one small item. It is a sidewalk repair. This is a brand-new corner sidewalk where you have the raised curves on the residential side to the sidewalk. The corners where they meet are completely broken off. This is at the corner of Jade and Curry. Thank you.
Any additional?
Mr. President,
Ms. Rogency.
if we could send another notice to MDOT about the trash at the on-ramp at Hoover and, I think, Hoover and 696.
Hoover, Van Dyke.
Yeah, it's really not appealing for the city.
Let's add DeQuinder to that, if you don't mind.
Any additional? See Mr. Papandrea in the room. I have two threes. This is for building 23692 Bolum. Appears to be a house that the city built, one of the vacant parcels, and the city contracted with, from what I can find on BSNA, on the assessing, that the city built a house and the contractor was Mando Construction, and they took the privacy fence down at the rear of the yard. The resident who lives behind, whose privacy fence it was, agreed to it, and they said, we'll put the privacy fence back up. They didn't. So they contacted us, and we respectfully asked that if this is a city contract, that the building department contact Mando Construction and ask them to make the resident behind them whole again with the same fence that they took down. It's not a very expensive fence. The other is 28539 Armanda. It's a house that's been vacant for several months. The pool is full of water, rotting vegetation, rodents and vermin, and it's a mosquito breeding ground. So if property maintenance, blight, whomever can get out to 28539 Armanda, the residents in the neighborhood would greatly appreciate that, as well as I. Any additional? Next item. Oh, is there a motion to send all this to the administration?
Motion.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Next item.
Next item is approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of May 23rd, 2023. So moved.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Next item.
Next item is approval of the general revenue funds bills. So moved.
Support.
Motion by Moore, support by Watts. Discussion. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passed 7-0. Next item.
8B, approval of the bills of the water and sewer system. So moved.
Support Rogancy.
Motion by Moore, support by Rogency. Discussion. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passed 7-0. Next item.
Next item is audience.
Members of the audience who would like to address council this evening may do so under the audience portion. You'll be given 3 minutes to speak. When there's 1 minute left, I'll let you know, and when there's 3 minutes, I'll ask you to wrap up. First speaker is Gary Jury.
Good evening, council, citizens of Warren, Gary Jury, 56-year resident. A letter from Warren Assistant City Attorney Cecil St. Pierre to Glenn P. Nooner of Nooner Service Center dated May 25th states that until a satisfactory inspection by the Building Department Director Jim Cummins in writing and a fire safety inspection is conducted and presented, no work shall transpire on the property at 27365 Mound Road in Warren until further notice. I'm sure that the surface for outdoor storage of vehicles has not yet been implemented with the required oil separator. Additionally, the stop work order, which was put in place, has not been followed. It's not up to council to approve the appeal of denial of various operating licenses. That's up to the zoning board. For a council secretary that's slow to add agenda items, if ever, she sure was lightning fast with adding this item 12H to tonight's agenda. Sounds like Council President Pat Green's way of extending a courtesy for getting Glenn Nooner caught up in a felony criminal complaint that's now in the hands of the Attorney General's office, in my opinion. Moreover, Nooner's has never been ADA compliant. Show Tony Baker and the residents how very much you care tonight by the way you vote, Council. Incidentally, Council President, your unsolicited robo-text message May 25th was unwelcomed. Please also remove me from your mailing list. Your campaign lit isn't worth the material that it's printed on. Some years ago, the Warren firefighters found it unacceptable to have a member of the City Council who's not only vehemently hostile to the city's employees, but who is sufficiently lacking in judgment to publicly post virulent hatred while in office. The online remarks about the firefighters were made by someone using the pseudonym
1 minute.
Joey on Dallas. That's you, isn't it, Council President? It was said at first, it was shock and disgust that an elected official, especially a council person who oversees contracts and votes on critical issues towards the department, would have that kind of deep disdain and hatred for the department. Sadly, you haven't changed. You don't deserve our vote, and you certainly don't deserve to be mayor. You can't even manage a meeting. I hope the voters are smart enough to see through the smoke and mirrors you present. And by the way, for those who might be interested in the significance of my Pearline Panthers 1967 t-shirt, that is the year I moved to the city of Warren, at the elementary school in District 1 in which I was a former student. Good night.
Lori Harris.
All right. I love the speakers because now we can hear you in the audience. So thank you, communications. That's a good thing. I want to remind people that if the microphone doesn't work, that this little table moves back and forth. So move it towards your mouth so we can hear you in the audience too. And, okay, a little distracted here. I want to talk about an issue that I find a little distressing, is the placement of campaign signs on church properties. If you're not aware, anybody that has church property, campaign signs are not allowed. Campaigning is not allowed on your property. So would you please remove those signs? That is a federal law. And I did happen to see that today at Church on 9 Mile. I also want to talk about, I started coming to these meetings 6 years ago because I had an illegal pot grow next door to me. I still have the same illegal pot grow next door to me. I can't get any progress and nothing will change. And I just have to live with smelling pot all the time. But I noticed today driving through the city that there were a lot of places that I know are grow facilities that stink really bad. Who in the building department or the zoning department is checking these places out for compliance? Because you're not supposed to be able to smell it. The other thing I want to talk about is I am very distressed by the behavior of Eddie Kabazinski. I find that his willingness to display his weapon at a meeting is unnecessary. Planning meeting, council meeting, these are meetings where people get to
1 minute.
use their voice to have a concern. It is not a place to be intimidating and carry a weapon. It's not a good example. It's not a good example last night as a representative of the council to come with a weapon. We don't need weapons in these meetings. We have enough irritation and frustration and concerns. So I would like the council to please consider an ordinance, or the city, that there are no weapons allowed except for who dutifully gets to carry the weapons, the gentlemen and heroes in the back of this auditorium. Thank you.
Michelle Nard?
Hello, everybody. I had to get my glasses. So I only got 3 minutes, so let me hurry up. Okay, my phone's not working. Okay, I just wanted to address the fighting that goes on in the city. I hope that it stops. First of all, my name is Michelle Nard. Most of you know me as the Macomb County Commissioner for District 12. I don't really like the way this is placed because when I'm talking to somebody, I like to look at them and I like for them to be able to look at me. This is very uncomfortable, speaking to people that don't want to look at you when you talk to them. But I'm speaking tonight as a candidate for mayor. I am running for mayor of Warren, and the reason that I'm running is because I know and I can see that Warren needs a change. We need to stop the fighting. We need to have camaraderie between the council and the administration, and we are all grown here. Mayor Fouts has done a great job as a mayor. There's a lot of people that agree with me. He has done a great job, but his time is up, and we understand that. But we don't want to continue to have the same fighting, the same thing go on as it has been. There's a lot of things that need to be done that nobody has done. Mr. Green has been here for over a decade, and he's running for mayor, but what have you done in the 12 years to show people that you're going to be different? Because that's what we need. We don't need the same thing. We need somebody that's going to come in here and do something different. As a county commissioner, I've put up four resolutions that directly affect Macomb County and the city of Warren. I'm a member of SEMCOG. I see all the grants that come through. They tell me that they send them to the administration, but Warren is the only city in the county that don't even bother to apply for the grants. Now, I don't know whose problem that is.
1 minute.
I don't know. But, okay, 1 minute. So I'll just say this. Michelle Nard for mayor, and I'm going to be different. I'm going to bring economic development. I'm going to fix the damn roads in front of your house, and I'm going to strengthen the police department. Have a good night.
Gerald Hasbecker?
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm going to basically talk about the environment and some of the things that we could do, some of the things that we started to do, some of the things we thought we could do, we've never done, and we've had a committee, and we looked to the new council as a new start, and it turned out that not much more happened, and eventually there was actually no reason to even meet. But some of the things that we could do is capture all federal and state grant money relating to the environment that is available to our city, provide tax credits to businesses and individuals who adopt green infrastructure, prioritize energy efficiency in city-owned buildings through adding solar panels to city-owned buildings, such as the library on Van Dyke near 9 Mile was obviously built for solar panels. It's got a huge roof facing south, no doubt about that. Hire a full-time certified arborist, horticulturist, or forester, and I understand we have the money for that and just haven't done it. Move away from turf grass as we are able Extensive swaths of turf grass are the equivalent of a biodiversity desert. Instead, be a model for citizens by planting native Michigan plants and native Michigan understory in city parks and on city-owned medians and on right-of-ways. Plant more trees. The trees we have in the city are either old or non-existent, and that's from not prioritizing our tree canopy. Educate the public on the value of trees so they understand they shouldn't have them cut. Make sure anyone who gets one cut on the right-of-way, which is not their property, it's city property, is fine. Establish a land bank to save the few forested areas we have left. We have a couple, and that's it. And we should be saving those, and we're not going in that direction. Also, thank you. Also, go electric where we are able. Buy city vehicles that are electric. Set an example for people by buying electric lawnmowers, weed whackers, blowers, and edgers. I just had people come by my place today with the blowers, and the stench is horrible. That could be electric, and it should be, and that should start with the city. Reduce unnecessarily idling of vehicles. There should be rules in the city. Is that 3 minutes? I'm sorry.
No, you just have 20 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Establish rules within the city about idling vehicles, and that should be an example. And for contractors in the city too, that should be an example for people who idle the vehicles in the winter and in the summer. Make sure our intelligent transportation system is working correctly. If the lights are ill-timed, as they are right now on Van Dyke, nobody's going nowhere. You start up by Buddy's going north, and you stop at Chicago, and then you stop at Menards, and then you stop there. That should be flowing if we keep track of it.
If you can wrap up.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm happy to be here again, and I hope that we get the environmental action in this city going. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Gillenkirk.
Council, Mr. Gillenkirk asked if I would give an introduction for him. This is in remembrance of Memorial Day that we just celebrated and those who gave their life for the flag of our country. Bob Gillenkirk, a Warren resident, would like to recite the Grand Old Flag poem from memory, and it's by Johnny Cash. Here's your, okay.
Where?
Right there. Okay.
Ragged old flag. I walked through a county courthouse square on a park bench. An old man was sitting there. I said, "Your old courthouse is kind of run down." "No," he said, "it'll do for our little town." I said, "Your old flagpole has leaned a little bit, and that's a ragged old flag you got hanging on it." He said, "Have a seat." And I sat down. "Is this the first time you've been to our little town?" I said, "I think it is." He said, "I don't like to brag, but we're kind of proud of that ragged old flag. You see, we got a little hole in that flag there when Washington took it across to Delaware. And it got powder burned the night that Francis Scott Key sat watching it writing, 'Say, can you see?' And it got a bad rip in New Orleans with Packingham and Jackson tugging at its seams. And it almost fell at the Alamo beside the Texas flag, but she waved on, though. She got cut with a sword at Chancellorsville, and she got cut again at Shiloh Hill. There was Robert E. Lee, Beauregard, and Bragg, and the south wind blew hard on that ragged old flag. On Flanders Field in World War I, she got a big hole from a Bertha gun. She turned blood red in World War II. She hung limp and low a time or two. She was in Korea, in Vietnam. She went where she was sent by her Uncle Sam. She waves from our ships upon the briny foam, and now they've about quit waving her back here at home. In her own good land here, she's been abused. She's been burned, dishonored, denied, and refused. And the government for which she stands is scandalized throughout the land. And she's getting threadbare, and she's wearing thin, but she's in good shape for the shape she's in, because she's been through the fire before, and I believe she can take a whole lot more. So we raise her up every morning, we take her down every night, we don't let her touch the ground, and we fold her up right. On second thought, I do like to brag, because I'm mighty proud of that ragged old flag.
All right.
Good evening, Council. How are you this evening? My name is Curtis Ostosh. I'm a resident of this great city of Warren. I'm also the pastor of Harvest Time Christian Fellowship in this city. It's kind of interesting. Last month, our church provided food for 6,418 people in the month of May. There's lots of food insecure people. There's lots of people that are very needy, with the exception of Eddie, who came to our pantry a handful of times. Not one of you guys have ever showed up at our food pantry to see what's going on in the South End. We're not just the biggest food pantry in the city of Warren, we're the biggest food pantry in all of Macomb County by far. We give out about 30% of all food distributed in Macomb County to food insecure people. That's pretty significant, but none of you have showed up. Not one of you. You guys have made complaints. As a matter of fact, the cyber bullies have been in full force against me this week, them and their surrogates, which is pretty shameful. I mean, my life and my work speak for itself. Decades ago, I had some problems that were family related that caused some issues, and it's shameful that the surrogates and some of the people here are cyberbullying. Actually, let me remind you, cyberbullying in Michigan is a crime. But that doesn't seem to bother anybody, speaking vitriol, hatred, whatever. But like I said, my work and my life speak for itself. But I wonder why none of you guys are even interested in the South End. I'm still concerned about the park issue. You guys cut the spending on parks from $5.7 million down to $1 million. You're going to improve one park. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but the city of Warren has 30 parks.
1 minute.
A lot of them are in the South End. Where's the money for those parks? Where's the money to help the kids in the South End, the homeless, the food insecure? We interact with 2 to 20 homeless people through our church every single day. And then you're going to have some petty people up here talking about stuff that happened decades ago. I've been here for 15 years this year in the city of Warren. Matter of fact, somebody posted online, I'm a liar, because they said our church has only been around for 8 years, according to state records. Yeah, 8 years ago, we did incorporate a nonprofit for our church, but the church was established in South Warren 31 years ago. That's also a state record. We're an ecclesiastical corporation established in the early 90s, 31 years ago. It'll be 32 years in September. Check it out. But, you know, these people that spend more time bashing and bullying and castigating other people, and they don't even know the story. It's shameful.
Karen?
My name is Karen. I'm here to speak on behalf of my dear friend Harvey Creech, who was hit by a stupid, immature, irresponsible, reckless, thoughtless, careless, negligent 17-year-old on his motorcycle. And looking at the traffic camera, everybody saw him on his trike. How do you miss a 1,200-pound trike? You miss it because you're a stupid, irresponsible, immature 17-year-old with 3 other of your little 17-year-old friends, and I hold their parents accountable too. What in the world are you thinking? 4 17-year-olds in an SUV. What could possibly go wrong there? He is fighting for his life. Then some stupid man contacts his family whining about how bad she feels, what a hard time she's having. Are you kidding? How depraved, how sadistic to reach out and make that sickening phone call to his family. And Commissioner Dwyer has not made matters any better. He had no business telling the Macomb Daily about his injuries. He's not the doctor. Who gave him permission to make those statements? And what is he doing saying, well, if he doesn't make it, she'll only get charged with a misdemeanor? He's not an attorney. He's not the prosecutor. He has no charging authority. His comments were way out of line, and that's a slap in the face to his family.
1 minute.
I hope the prosecutor reamed him out for that, because if he doesn't make it, I hope to God she's charged with nothing less than involuntary manslaughter. And for that family, for that girl, for her idiot friends, I hope they never, ever know another moment of peace in their miserable, wretched, pathetic lives. They destroyed his life. They destroyed his family's life. The commissioner, the detective assigned to the case, and the officer who wrote the report, their conduct is horrible. It's unprofessional, and I'm asking that you direct all of them to make a public apology to Harvey Creech and his family.
Gloria Sanker.
Good evening. You council members came into office with a bad attitude toward our mayor, and that has caused division in your decision-making. You can't dislike others and get things done. You have not represented the people well by copying each other's actions that have led to too many lawsuits, costing the city many unnecessary tax dollars. And by not voting on the downtown, that would have been a real destination place for our city to bring in much needed revenue. And by hiring your self-picked attorney, who I believe is not there for our best interests, and who shows his dislike for us by scoffing at us when we come up here to speak. And you've managed to do all of this by mimicking each other's behavior. You vote in a voting block. That is, out of 7 of you, most of you vote 5-2. In your actions for lawsuits to not vote for the downtown and to hire this high-paid outside attorney. The 2 independent council votes are Eddie Kapuscinski and Ron Papandrea. That's not how it's supposed to be. The public did not vote for you to vote as a clique, but to be independent thinkers and voters for the good of the people. You have not done that. We need independent thinkers and not follow the leader voters. I'm running for council to get things done without division and forming cliques. You can count on it because I am a sensible senior. I don't need someone else's approval to do the right thing. I am Gloria Sanker, experienced enough and caring enough to be an independent thinker and voter to get the job done. Hope to have the citizens vote on August 8th for City Council. It's for the whole city of Warren. I think big.
Margaret Huntone.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight in regards to the actions during audience at the May 23rd meeting. The relevant facts are that council is the legislative body of the city of Warren, and council meetings are official government proceedings. The council has the inherent right to establish rules and regulations about the council meeting venue. For reference, I use the Michigan State Capitol Commission, which was established to manage the day-to-day operations of the Capitol building and grounds. The State Capitol Commission exercised its authority in January 2021 when it ordered a ban on the open carry of guns inside the Capitol. Warren does not have a corresponding commission. Therefore, the City Council assumes those duties as regards the Community Center Auditorium when it serves as the council chamber during council meetings. The council exercised its authority on May 9th when it ruled that the first 2 rows of seating in the auditorium were to remain vacant to provide a buffer between the podium and the audience, thus ensuring the comfort and security of speakers at the podium. During the May 23rd meeting, President Green instructed the Warren PD officers to remove residents who defied council by sitting in those seats. The Warren PD officers refused to act, citing orders from the mayor and the police commissioner. President Green was forced to call a recess to try to deal with this insurrection, delaying the council meeting for several minutes. The Warren PD's refusal to maintain order left President Green with no other option, so the insurrectionists remained in the first 2 rows when the meeting resumed. I do not know why the Warren PD officers are here tonight if they will not act to maintain order when asked to do so. I do not know if the officers get extra duty pay or overtime pay for being here, but as they have been ordered to stand down, they are wasting their time and taxpayer dollars.
1 minute.
Thank you. I understand the officers must follow orders from a chain of command, but the city would be better served if they were reassigned to other duties of which the mayor approves. According to Section 5.3, Paragraph H of the Warren City Charter, quote, "The police chief or such other person as the council shall designate shall serve as the sergeant-at-arms of the council in the enforcement of the provisions of this section to maintain order at council meetings," end quote. I hope that instead of relying on the Warren PD, that council will exercise its right to appoint an independent sergeant-at-arms with the appropriate authority to maintain order during meetings. Finally, here's another fact that's relevant to my remarks. Stuart Rhodes, the founder of the Oath Keepers, was sentenced on May 25th to 18 years in prison for the crimes, including seditious conspiracy, that he committed on January 6, 2021, during the insurrection that delayed the official government proceeding known as the electoral vote count in the United States Congress.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Fred Nienstedt.
Good evening, Council. My name is Fred Nienstedt. I work in Warren, and I'd like to remind you that we have a freedom to express ourselves, the First Amendment, that freedom to participate in assembly as we choose. We do not like to be told that we can't carry in public when it's allowed. That's our Second Amendment. Please, the elections that the Warren City Elections Commission is supposed to be monitoring are supposed to be free and fair of any sort of corruption. You can't give personal favors by failing to call for a meeting to hear the grievances of the people. The dissent that was put to the commission for certain candidacies to be on the ballot was never heard. It was never given a voice. That is the responsibility under the same city charter. When will people stand up for their rights? Is it that every time a person stands to voice their First Amendment, it has to be chastised as some kind of a unallowed speech? What party in our state legislature is currently deliberating a hate speech ordinance, no, a law? Would you accept the kind of speech we've heard tonight at the podium could be classified as hate speech? Please, let's be reasonable. We are all citizens of this great country. We stand for that great flag that was so elegantly described in that poem. We can stand for our freedom to participate in elections without the acrimony of destroying personal property. Oh, by the way, is that hate speech? Is that political sign that gets defaced in public a form of hate speech? Should a person be arrested for a felonious assault because of a hate speech ordinance? No. What party of our state wants to change election law so that the Secretary of State becomes the sole arbiter of any discrepancy in election? Why? Why is one person given dictatorial control of our elections?
3 minutes.
Stand up for your rights.
Jerry Bell?
Jerry Bell, seven-year resident of Warren, Michigan. I'm running for city council at large. And tonight, I just want to talk about a couple things here real quick. First of all, I want to apologize to each and every last one of you for the ignorance of some of those complainers that come here tonight to try to violate one's rights in terms of carrying his weapon. And the same individual that always complained about marijuana and pot, sometimes I think she's smoking it herself. Keep doing what you do, Councilman Kabasinski. You're doing a good job down there. And you as well, Mr. Pastor Curtis. Keep doing what you do, because you're feeding a lot of people, and that's a good thing. This past weekend, I did some canvassing, and I talked to a lot of residents in the 14-mile and Hayes area. And a couple other residents pointed out to me that there was no playscape in Miller Park. Councilman Watts, you do know of that, right? You do a lot of driving around in your Tonka truck. So, you know, we need to do something about that. Is there anything that we can do? I mean, have you even talked about that? Have you even brung it up? I mean, this playground needs a park for the kids. But you're asking to be reelected right now. You can't get reelected doing that, because those people are mad up there. They're really mad. And to you, Mr. Green, President Green, I notice you never look at me. You never look at those that criticize you. You always stare. Oh, it's 1 minute already? You always staring up into the crowd. Thank you. You have a serious problem, sir. You have a serious problem, and you think that you're going to lead our city. That's not going to work, buddy. When we talk about racism, I think of you. I think of you I think about things that your brother had said regarding racism, racist words and things of that nature. I don't like that. But then tonight you want to talk about Juneteenth and you want to talk about the LGBTQ community or Pride Month, whatever it is. I don't believe you. You're a phony. And then you have your surrogate, Joe Vanderlinden, who's a known, I mean, this guy likes to take picture of women, you know, over the fence when they're dressed half naked. But you continuously have this guy to come every other week to bash us, to talk bad about us. You need to really, really, really think about what you're doing and how you're directing that man to come after us.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Mr. Vanderlinden.
Joel Vanland, longtime Warren resident. I was going to go in another direction, but I guess I got to defend myself. There's another gentleman that was here earlier, and Mr. Bell. It's funny how the felons seem to cry and bitch the most about the city of Warren. It's funny how the felons are the ones who are breaking the law one way or have in the past, and think that, oh, it's okay, I'm a good person now. No, you're still a felon. Any way you look at it, any time that it's gone by, you're a felon. You don't belong on the ballot, and I don't want you as my neighbor. Speaking about what happened at the last council meeting where we had the uproar, the police chief gave an illegal order telling the police officers not to perform their job. Being an ex-military MP like I am, you always perform your duties, even when it's an illegal action or order, and don't leave your post until properly relieved. Now, because of the actions of the police officer and the police chief here, I no longer feel safe and secure coming to this microphone, coming to or living in the city of Warren, because I don't know what laws the police are going to enforce and which ones they're not, which felons they're going to let go free, and which ones they're going to actually prosecute and do their jobs with. Also, we had a thing on Channel 7 about the selling of a house for $1 and some scandalous stuff, and how some stuff was written or the contract was changed afterwards. I call for a full investigation into the attorney that was involved with that. I asked for her to be immediately suspended upon this investigation, and I asked for her boss, where the buck comes down to be suspended and investigated as well. I have long said that the administration and City Hall needs an enema. I don't mean to be so grotesque in my wordage, but it is best said. That place needs to be flushed. Now, Mr. Fouts, you are also a hypocrite. You are on these rental laws and going after all these people with some inspectors that are not certified or qualified for their job. But worse yet, you have an administrator who has an illegal house for rent in the Green Acre subdivision, and I believe the administrators of the rental department, the building department, the property department, all have knowledge of this illegal activity.
Thank you, Mr. Van Linden.
Why have you not done anything, Mr. Fouts? Thank you, and have a blessed day.
Next item.
Next.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Howard.
Do you have it?
No, he's right. Sorry, Mr. Howard, 2 pages got stuck together.
No problem at all. I think there's many years ago, actually in 1967, Dr. King asked a question, where do we go from here? I think it's a relevant question that is pertinent to any generation and any age, but especially to our city. We're probably familiar with the phrase that if you don't learn history, it's doomed to repeat itself. And I've had the privilege to learn some very interesting history of our city. In 1976, if you look at the Macomb Daily, you got to get the microphages out and hold a magnifying glass, but you can hear about one of the first black families that moved into the city of Warren and some of the trials and tribulations that they had to face and persevere through the process of desegregating our city. Well, it's just awesome to look back and look at that history and where we are now, many, many, many years later, where our city is radically different. We have a great, vibrant, and thriving city with an amazing community. And the question is, where do we go from here? Because at any pivotal moment, you can always digress or you can progress. And so I'm just excited that we get to celebrate a national holiday, a federal holiday on Juneteenth. 50 years ago, this wouldn't be possible. 5 years ago, this wouldn't be possible. And so just excited for those that have helped put this together. Two of the members that are not here tonight due to work restraints are members of the Cultural Commission. I just wanted to honor them, even though in their absence. John and Monica from the Cultural Commission have been a huge help to bring this change to our city and bring in light to not just diverse voices, but diverse cultures, and have been such a great help in planning this beautiful event. The graphics were all done by John, so he's amazing. And so just wanted to honor them in their absence. And again, just thankful that we live in a city that has progressed so much. But just it serves also as a reminder, where do we go from here? Do we regress or do we progress? And every day we have that opportunity, every day we have that option, that critical choice. Do we regress or do we progress? Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is announcements. 10A, Juneteenth resolution. Ms. Rogency is going to read that for us.
Thank you. Do I need a motion first?
Please.
Motion to approve a
Motion by Rogency.
Support Lafferty.
Support by Lafferty. Ms. Rogency, you have the floor.
Thank you. This resolution seeks to honor and recognize the significance of Juneteenth, a historical event that marks the emancipation of enslaved African Americans in the United States. Juneteenth holds immense cultural and historical significance, representing a pivotal moment in the struggle for freedom and equality. By commemorating Juneteenth, we affirm our commitment to celebrating diversity, promoting racial justice, and fostering unity within our society. Be it resolved by the Warren City Council that recognition of Juneteenth, the Warren City Council hereby recognizes Juneteenth as an important milestone in American history. Juneteenth, also known as Emancipation Day or Freedom Day, commemorates June 19th, 1865, the day when Union General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, to announce the end of slavery and enforce the Emancipation Proclamation. This resolution acknowledges the significance of Juneteenth in pursuit of freedom, justice, and equality for all Americans. The Warren City Council encourages the observance and celebration of Juneteenth in our community. We support the organization of events, educational programs, and activities that promote awareness of Juneteenth's historical importance and its impact on African American culture and heritage. The Warren City Council recognizes Juneteenth as an opportunity to reflect on the challenges faced by African Americans and to foster dialogue, understanding, and reconciliation among all communities. We encourage individuals and organizations to engage in discussion, events, and initiatives that promote racial equality, justice, and unity, aiming to eradicate racial prejudice and discrimination. The Warren City Council encourages public and private entities to support initiatives aimed at addressing systemic inequities and promoting inclusivity. In conclusion, by passing this resolution, the Warren City Council demonstrates its commitment to honoring the historical significance of Juneteenth, promoting racial equality, and fostering unity within our society. This resolution serves as a testament to our shared commitment to acknowledging and celebrating the struggles and triumphs of African Americans in their journey towards freedom and equality. Resolution declared adopted this 13th day of June, 2023.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 7-0.
And Mr. President,
Ms. Rogency.
I was just going to have Mr. Howard come grab this and take it back to the Cultural Commission.
No.
Thank you. Next item.
Are you going to?
Yeah, 10B.
Thank you. Also, for the first time, as Mr. Howard said, on Monday, the 19th is, Juneteenth is now a federal holiday. We'll be having an event at City Square, City Hall, from 5 to 8, honoring Juneteenth. All are welcome. There'll be a band and a variety of other amazing things that will be there to celebrate the importance of the day.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is 10B, Pride Month Resolution. So moved.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. I'd like to read the resolution into the record for Pride Month. Whereas the City of Warren cherishes the value and dignity of each person and appreciates the importance of equality and freedom, and whereas all are welcome in the City of Warren to live, work, play, and every family in any shape deserves a place to call home where they are safe, happy, and supported by friends and neighbors. And whereas the City of Warren denounces prejudice and unfair discrimination based on age, gender identity, gender expression, race, color, religion, marital status, national origin, sexual orientation, or physical attributes as an affront to our fundamental principles. And whereas the City of Warren appreciates the cultural, civic, and economic contributions of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ community, which strengthen our social welfare. And whereas it is imperative that young and old in our community, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, feel valued, safe, empowered, and supported by their peers and community leaders. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Warren City Council declare the month of June 2023 as LGBTQ Pride Month in the City of Warren and urge residents to recognize the contributions made by members of the LGBTQ community and actively promote the principles of equality, liberty, and justice. Resolution declared adopted this 13th day of June 2023. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Me.
Item passed 6-1.
Mr. President?
Thank you. Ms. Moore.
Thank you. In honor of Juneteenth coming up, I would implore and beg the city clerk to please publish the Warren Code of Ordinances by adding the division entitled City Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Commission. This would be a wonderful statement on her behalf to honor, in honor of this celebration of justice and freedom. No better time for her to do it. I would implore her to do it.
Thank you.
I have one more item.
Announcements.
Yes. On May 14th, 2023, Mr. Dennis Clark passed away. He was very young, 72 years old. Dennis was the assistant controller here for many years, and he really, really did a very, very wonderful job. Our condolences to his family. Moment of silence.
We had a moment of silence for Mr. Clark. Thank you. I remember him also from refereeing football games throughout Warren.
Great guy.
I also have a sad message from the city. It is with the heaviest of heart that we inform you of the sudden passing of Ronald Russ. Ron was a proud member of the building maintenance team who enjoyed his friends here at the city. Ron also spent several years at the water department. Our hearts go out to his family and friends. And can we get a moment of silence for Mr. Russ? Thank you. Any other announcements?
Mr. President.
Mr. Watts.
I'd just like to clarify one thing from the audience participation. There was no money cut from the parks.
No.
In the budget. They've received the same money. Whatever they ask for, they get, with the exception of this time the mayor sent over a request for $5.7 million in ARPA funds with absolutely nothing attached to it as to what it was for, what it was going to be used for. There's money that has been spent in the last few years that we've given them and not spent, and we don't know what's going on over there because the administration isn't forthcoming with everything. They don't want to talk about anything. I'd be happy to allot the 5.7 in ARPA funds if they want to come to the table and sit down and give us a list, and, we'll talk about it. But the mayor doesn't want to talk. He wants a one-way street. It's his way or the highway. And that's really not the way it works. It's just sad that we have to keep going through this because the citizens deserve better, but we're going to protect your money for you.
Any additional announcements? Next item.
Next item is 12A, consideration and adoption of a resolution approving an amendment to the 2022-2023 HOPWA agreement between OSA and the City of Warren for emergency housing assistance and related supportive services. So moved.
Support.
Motion by Moore, support by Watts. Discussion. Call the vote. Ms. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Watts.
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty.
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea.
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski.
Yes.
Ms. Rogency.
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passed 7-0. Next item.
12B, consideration and adoption of a resolution approving the proposed resolution authorizing an agreement between the City of Warren and Macomb County Action for grass and snow services. So moved.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion.
Mr. President,
Ms. Rogency.
I just had a question for, that's just a broad, very question for the administration. Did any of these folks that we grant money to have a lending library, or not a library, but like a tool library or something for folks who don't have all of the things that they need in order to keep their lawns and such maintained?
Good evening, Gina Hensley, Community Development. No, we don't have anybody that has a lending library. This particular agreement is for senior citizen grass and snow.
Specifically?
And that's all they do now.
Okay.
At the county.
There seems to be quite a need for folks who just don't have all of the things they need in order to keep their lawns up. So I was just curious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr. President?
Ms. Moore.
I just want to give you some information, Ms. Rogency. One of the things we're talking about at the new modular library at 9 Mile and Topher area is a library of things. And there would be, things like rake or a bunt pan or a chafing dish or a post digger, those things that people may not be able to afford, but they could take out a lending. We're still working out the logistics because it's not been done, but it's been done around the country. So, that'll be from one area, but maybe it's something we could expand. That's a good question.
Mr. Watts.
Yeah, how do we advertise this program?
The Macomb County takes care of it, and they have their application, their open enrollment from January till the end of May for 5 months, and so they just ended their open enrollment, and now they're going to score the applications and help as many people as we have funding for.
And that'll be for this year or for next year?
It starts July, this contract starts
July
July
1st.
1.
Okay,
We're
thank you.
wrapping up last year's contract right now.
And how many people does this grant usually help? How many people that apply get service?
About 80,
80?
85, right around there.
Okay,
How many applications do we get?
right.
Sorry.
That's the next question. Thank you.
I don't know how many they got.
So we've asked this question before of other departments. There's a need and there's a funding. How good of a job are we doing funding? And
Well, we did
is
run
there- Can we find more funding or reprogram money?
The only difficulty is we don't know what the weather's going to do. So this year, we didn't run out of money. We were able to help everybody, and I think we even have maybe a little bit of money left over from this year's contract ending June 30th. But June's not done yet, so with all this rain, they're going to be out cutting grass. But
And
we had a
more rain
light
coming.
winter, and so it all kind of depends. It's really hard to, they have the people that they're going to help and on the list that are qualified. And
So historically, we always hear that people apply and a very limited few get the service from the county.
yeah.
Do we ever hold money aside for an emergency need? What I'm saying is that, let's say there's something just really bad that comes up that we want to help with, so we can provide additional funding through CDBG money or wherever we're getting it from, to the county to fulfill the need of some resident.
What we would do is find another program that didn't use their money and reprogram it. If it's we call this a public service activity, so there's only so much money we can spend on those kind of activities. But we would definitely look somewhere else to find some money out of another program that wasn't spending theirs.
We're always trying to
move it
think
over.
different ways to get the job done.
Yeah.
All right. Any other? Call the question, Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Ms. Rogancy?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski? Yes. Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passed 7-0. Next item.
12C, request of the Engineering Division to declare the City of Warren's participation in the Water Towns Initiative, consideration and adoption of a resolution. So moved.
Support Lafferty.
Romancy.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion. What's water towns? Just one simple question so we can educate the public.
Good evening, Council. About a year and a half ago, the City Council adopted a new post-construction stormwater ordinance. And because of this new ordinance and its implementation, the Clinton River Watershed Council has selected or nominated City of Warren to be part of the Water Towns Initiative. And so tonight I have Jennifer Hill. She's the director of the Clinton River Watershed Council, and she has a brief presentation describing the benefits of being a water town. Slides from communications.
Hi, good evening. I have some slides. I'm not sure where those might come. Oh, they're there. Okay. So my name is Jennifer Hill. I'm the Executive Director of the Clinton River Watershed Council, and I wanted to answer your question about what Water Towns is. So the Clinton River Watershed Council is a nonprofit organization. We serve the Clinton River Watershed and Lake St. Clair through many different programs, and one of those programs is watershed management. I'm not sure if can you all see the slide? Okay, great. So Water Towns, to answer your question, is a water-oriented community development initiative that's designed to assist communities within the Clinton River watershed to leverage the assets of the Clinton River and Lake St. Clair and to protect and improve water quality. So the program has actually certified 30 water towns within the watershed since 2016, and projects through Water Towns are able to do many different things to help communities. There's no cost to participate on communities' parts, and there's actually funding that we have as the Clinton River Watershed Council through the Fred A. and Barbara M. Erb Family Foundation to provide communities with a $5,000 mini grant to go towards a project that you might develop through the Water Towns process. Next slide, please. So as I said, there's 30 water towns right now in the Clinton River watershed, and we're working on many more. And I have several examples of types of projects that could happen through this initiative. Next slide, please. But mini grants can be used in many different ways, and they're really used to jumpstart a project. Next slide, please. So the general process of a water towns, a community becoming a water town, this is an introductory meeting with city staff to talk to them about the needs of the community, where there might be interest in things like green infrastructure projects throughout the city, and then coming here to talk to the public and to talk to you all about what Water Towns is. From there, if a resolution is passed, we would go to a site visit where we have our contractor, Drummond Carpenter, who would go to sites and actually look at potential green infrastructure installation projects within the community. And through Water Towns, we have funding for that contractor to actually do renderings and plans for the city that could then be used to actually implement a project. So next slide, please. I have some quick examples of how this is played out in other communities. Next slide. So in Huntington Woods, for example, they used the mini grant that I was talking about to construct a small rain garden in one of their parks. So you see the before picture here. Next slide. And then you see this picture. This is a rendering that the contractor did for the community, which shows, of course, what the project would look like. It shows the costs that would be involved for installing it in two different ways, and then it shows how much water would be captured. Next slide. So you'll see there was actual installation that happened. The city decided to use their mini grant for the plants and the materials that would be needed for this project. They matched that with their time from their DPW, and then they also used it for maintenance moving forward. Next slide. In Clarkston, a similar project where they were looking to install a bridge, update a footpath over the Clinton River there in Depot Park. And so they utilized the design services through Watertowns to design the bridge, and then also the native plantings that you see here that they utilized volunteers to actually install. Next slide. In Clinton Township, they utilized their Watertowns in a really cool way, actually. So this is a municipal parking lot in Clinton Township. They received funding through other funds to repave this parking lot, but when they did that, next slide, please. They also utilized the renderings that they'd gotten through Watertowns to help leverage that funding. So they ended up implementing some of the plans that were proposed through Watertowns. You see the green infrastructure in the parking lot islands and then in the longer bioswales. So they were able to capture a lot more stormwater before it went into the storm drain. So they both utilized the renderings to leverage additional funding through other sources, and then they utilized the mini grant that we gave them to actually update native plantings to a pond that was also on this site. Next slide. In Madison Heights, the city installed 4 native plant strips in Civic Center Park. So they created pollinator habitat, and then they also used that to capture excess runoff from turf grass. And they were able to utilize the mini grant to actually install this for plants and materials, but they also leveraged that to get a SEMCOG green infrastructure grant as well. Next slide. And this is the last example, which is the city of Centerline. This project was actually just finished a few weeks ago. So through the Watertowns program, the city of Centerline got a rendering for this municipal parking lot you see. They were able to get funding to repave that and regrade it so that the water would flow into these 4 corners. You see those little green squares in the corners, and those are rain gardens. So the city was able to install those rain gardens. They used the mini grant funding from the Clinton River Watershed Council to buy the native plants that were used to actually plant those gardens, and that installation right there, that parking lot and those 4 small rain gardens actually trapped 34,000 gallons of rainwater for each rain event. So they're doing their job tonight for sure. Next slide, please. This is just a schematic of what that rain garden looks like from the side. So it's an example of what you would get through this program, through the Watertowns program. Next slide, please. And here's the planting that happened on May 30th. So in this case, the Clinton River Watershed Council actually helped with the installation of this project. So brought the plants, brought the people power to actually help the city install this project. So another example of using the mini grant and getting a smaller project over the finish line. Next slide. I think that's the contact information. So happy to answer questions if you have them. Thanks so much for your time.
Mr. President.
Mr. Kabczynski.
Ma'am, I have a question. This project here, so we heard earlier from Pastor and we heard from other community members about their need for food, and there's a food desert, okay? And fruit and vegetables plantings, could that be done in these areas here so that they could be maintained by the citizens and they can be used as a community garden?
Great question. I don't think we have an example of that we have done yet through Watertowns, but one of the big goals of Watertowns is to listen to the community's needs and to help meet those. So if growing food was part of that, I think that's something that we could definitely talk about. And you see a lot now that vegetables and other plants that can be consumed but are also pretty to the eye are being incorporated into different garden and landscapes. So I don't think that's out of the question. We haven't done that yet, but it doesn't mean we couldn't do something like that.
To your knowledge, is your program similar to what is being done in the city of Detroit and Wayne County for the community gardens? Is this program similar?
It's not for community gardens. I'm sorry, I didn't
No,
hear which city
specifically,
you
I'm just
said.
asking, is the program similar to what is being used in Detroit and Wayne County to do the community gardens? Not that saying that,
I'm not familiar with that program, so I'm not sure. There are similar programs that are done in the city of Detroit with some of our sister organizations that are focused on rain gardens. So there are similar programs that are happening in other counties for sure.
okay, and would this have to be done on private land, or can this be done on city-owned land?
It's mostly done on city-owned land.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any additional?
Mr. President.
Mr. Lafferty.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi.
Wonderful presentation. I've seen several at the county level before, and excited to see it at this level. The resolution is not specific as to timing, more so that it expresses a desire to implement a strategy. And with our master plan, we speak to planning, and that's really where the rubber meets the road for your presentation, because these are wonderful ideas. They're environmentally sound, they're green, they're sustainable. But we need to take that and transfer that into our policies, and that would be done at the Planning Commission. And we need to see a timeline developed at the Planning Commission level so that these types of strategies can be incorporated into planning best practices. So I would definitely like to see this presentation given to the Planning Commission as well. That way they have firsthand knowledge of this and then can determine a timeline in accordance with the master plan, which also calls for this. I'm particularly interested in the rain gardens in the parking lots. There's been a lot of local media coverage on that, how successful those are. And the bioswales, we have a couple of master gardeners in the city that talk about capturing the rainwater and diverting it from the roads and reusing it. In our backyard, we created a rain garden off of the main gutter, and we used to have this horrible flooding problem in one particular area of our yard. And instead, we created a dry rock riverbed, and we spread it across the entire yard. And now when it fills, and it's doing its job tonight, and then it disperses slowly across the entire yard, no more flooding. A small example of what you can do at the home level. I would love to see ideas that homeowners can take these larger scale projects and, what are the materials they would need to divert a gutter from their driveway to their front lawn or a backyard.
Yes, so that's a great point. So through the Clinton River Watershed Council, we are developing those resources. And so we have those on our website, and folks are able to go there, crwc.org. And so we have resources for residents. For example, we teach a Master Rain Gardener course where you can become a Master Rain Gardener and then actually get help in installing a rain garden in your home. So we do have resources for individuals. And then thanks for the feedback on the timeline. I would just say on that point that we certainly want to be strategic in working with you all to strategically align with what you're doing in your planning. And actually, our watershed planner will be the lead, is the lead for this program. He just started yesterday, so he's not here today, but we have a great watershed planner on board. And so our intent would be when a resolution is passed, that kicks into gear for Clinton River Watershed Council to spend the time with the Planning Commission, with the Engineering Department, with the Planning Department to hear needs, understand timelines, and make sure that we're following through on what you all need to meet your timelines in your strategic plan. So I hope that's helpful in addressing that question.
Very much so. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Ms. Moore.
We are lucky because we have a resident that is she just got certified to be a master rain gardener.
Great.
And she's got a rain garden, and she's given us
Lots of stuff.
lots of information. And, she had some comments about whether vegetables can be grown. It's really, there's too much water in rain gardens, but vegetable gardens could be nearby and things like that. So it's nice we have that resource right here that we can build on. I think there's a couple other places that I think there's another rain garden near me. So, yeah, I'm excited about this. I hope we can really do something locally.
Yeah, we're excited to work
residents.
with you all.
I'm sure there are some grant monies and things like that, and, you know, maybe we could do something like that at Ridgewood. Wouldn't that be a great idea?
Terrific idea.
Because we've not really done anything at that. That would be a nice spot to do it, I'm told by our expert. So,
Any
thank you.
additional? Call the question, Ms. Moore. Mr. Lafferty.
Yes.
Mr. Watts.
Yes.
Ms. Rogancy.
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea.
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. 12D, request of community development to approve amendments to the 2019 lead hazard control and healthy homes grant budget, consideration and adoption of a resolution. So moved.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion. Ms. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty.
Yes.
Mr. Watts.
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski.
Yes.
Ms. Rogancy.
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea.
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passes 7-0. Next item.
Point of
Well-
order.
Point of order.
Point of order. I need to recuse myself from item 12E. My employer is Comerica Bank, so I request the council to excuse me from this item.
So motion and support to excuse Mr. Lafferty from voting on 12E.
Yes. Motion to approve, to excuse him.
Support, Rogancy.
I have a motion, support. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You're excused from that item.
Thank you.
We'll get a glass of water.
Close your ears.
Okay, go ahead and read it.
12E, request of Lori Barnwell, City Treasurer, for permission to close 2 money market accounts with Comerica Bank, City of Warren 2008 Capital Improvement Bond Funds, and City of Warren 2006 Capital Improvement Bond Funds. Consideration and adoption of a resolution. So moved.
Support.
Motion by Moore, support by Watts. Discussion? Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Ms. Rogancy?
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passed 6-0. Next item.
12F, request to approve the 2021-2022 IRS PCORI fees requirement federal health care reform IRS Form 720 in the amount of $11,054.68. Consideration and adoption of a resolution. So moved.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion? Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
No.
Ms. Rogancy?
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passed 6-1. Next item.
12G, request of Regency Specialties, Inc., located at 23685 and 23705 Regency Park Drive, Warren, 48089, for a 60-day extension of a cannabis cultivator and processor license. So moved.
Support Lafferty with discussion.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion, Mr. Lafferty.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Kaczynski.
Good evening, sir. Thank you. I have a question. I have been asking for several meetings in a row, and the question probably has not made it to your desk, so I'd like to ask it in person. And it is really about the process, not this particular item, but the process that we're following and why the council continues to receive extension agreements. And as I look at it from a process perspective, there's usually an issue with the process. Either you don't have enough help and you're overdue in processing a number of applications, or the applicants don't have enough time to fulfill the applications. Could you add some color to this as to why we continue to receive these extensions?
Yes, the majority of the time is that the applicants or licensees are not requesting their license renewals in adequate time. And when we go out and do the inspections, they do not always pass, which means they need to have time to do the work necessary to make the place safe. So I have a full-time person that does nothing but deal with the cannabis industry. And she calls regularly. She starts calling 90 days ahead of their license renewals now so that they get their applications in. And then there are the occasions in which when they do submit the application, we're already booked up through 30, 60 days ahead now. So in that case, we know they're not going to make it. they make an application, we tell them they need to make an application to you for an extension for license because they will not be complete, their licenses will not be renewed prior to the expiration dates. So by ordinance, they need to make an application and a request to you for an extension. Then their licenses, they've got 60 more days to complete whatever work they need or whatever time we need to get those completed. We send 7 inspectors out on those inspections, on the renewal inspections, and on their initial inspections.
Thank you. That certainly does help. And a little color to it. So this appears to be more of the exception rather than the norm. Would that be?
That's correct. It does seem like you get a lot, but we have maybe 120-plus facilities.
I'm sorry, how many do you have come in
We hold
normal?
almost a third of all the state licenses,
A third. How many is that quantity-wise?
about 330 licenses. That doesn't mean we have 330 facilities. We have somewhere
Understood.
in the 120-plus to 135, and they're increasing weekly, so.
So what is that frequency basis? Is that per month?
Their licenses renew once a year, and they're they're stacked licenses. So if you get an initial license, and then during that first year, you apply for more licenses, we issue you the license. But on the renewal dates, we prorate that license either forward or backwards to coincide with your initial license date. Because prior, these licenses would come due all different dates during the year. So if a facility has 40 licenses, you might have 15 dates that they come due on. It's too demanding. So we have each facility's licenses come due on the same date. And that way, they know and we know that it helps keep them in compliance.
Coterminous strategy. Very, very sound. Thank you for the additional information.
Any additional questions?
Mr. President?
Mr. Watts?
Since you say we have a full-time compliance person,
Yes.
why are we smelling that stuff all over town? Why are we not enforcing that the filters are changed and that the smells aren't coming from these grow operations?
Well, she's limited to just licensing and regulatory. Our inspectors are out there, and we do inform them if we have odors on their sites, and they are getting better every day.
Well, I got to tell you, it's been a problem at 9.5 and Hoover for over a year, and it hasn't gotten any better.
Well, we're working on 9.5 in Hoover right now. I'm getting them better.
I don't understand what the problem is. Why are they not complying?
Well, there are occasions when atmospheric conditions create issues for odor, especially if they are harvesting. And during harvest times, they have to change their filters more often, and that seems to be the problem. So we've been staying on them about filters and the type of filters, frequency of the filters, and we're starting to get them all to come into compliance.
You know, if it was all industrial, commercial around there, I mean, they shouldn't have to smell it either, but we got residents that are complaining over there, been complaining for I don't know how long. And this is not acceptable. Listen, I don't particularly care about, I have no use for the marijuana, but they're going to be there and they're paying taxes, and I'm good with that. But we have to do a better job in making sure that this stench is not in our neighborhoods. You wouldn't want it in your neighborhood. None of these other residents would want it in their neighborhood.
None of us want it, in our
Right.
neighborhoods.
And it's just continuing to go on and on and on, and it's got to stop, and it's got to stop sooner than later. And, you know, it would be nice if when we ask questions by email, that the departments answer them. Because not answering our emails is obstructing our job. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Mr. Kaczynski?
I have 3 questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Cummings, I just have 3 questions for you. I'm not going to beat up onto you too much here. Number 1, To your knowledge, has the federal government decriminalized marijuana, to your knowledge, to issue out a license?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, has the DEA or the FDA decriminalized marijuana to where you can issue out a license, sir?
But we're able to issue licenses legally through the state of Michigan.
Okay, but under the federal law, are you allowed to issue out a license or an extension?
I have never actually checked into whether I can legally do that.
Okay, and that's what my next question was going to be. Have you contacted the law department to find out if you're in legal jeopardy, your department, for issuing out a license that's contrary to federal law?
No, I have not.
Thank you.
Any additional?
Mr. President?
Ms. Moore?
Hi, Mr. Cummins, how are you?
Good.
Is there a hotline or a specific person that residents can call with complaints of odor?
They can. They can call the actual building department number,
Okay,
and then if they ask for Rachel Nicholas,
Rachel Nicholas?
yes.
Okay. Because I make a lot of trips down to 9.5 and Hoover, and some other areas as well. And I had a problem with that, the place you're talking about, and I complained about the smell. I was there for a tour, and the person giving the tour said, "Oh, we just haven't changed the filter." I'm thinking,
That was
well,
8.5.
That was 8.5? Well, same thing, but I said, now would be a good time, it would have been a good time to change the filter before we got there for the tour, so I get the filter thing, so.
If they contact her, she notes it in our file, so if
Okay,
we are able to take care of it, and she'll schedule the appropriate inspections for it.
okay. And so somebody there takes care of it, they're not just diverted to the police?
They're not.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional? Call the question, Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
No.
Mr. Kaczynski?
No.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passed 5-2. Thank you, Mr. Cummins.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item.
12H, request to appeal the denial of various entities operating licenses located at 27365 Mound Road, including Nooner's Automotive Recyclers LLC, Nooner's Auto and Truck Sales LLC, M&D Towing, and Bill's Towing. I'll make a motion to approve just for discussion.
Support.
Motion by Morris, support by Watts. Discussion. This is a new process to us.
Yeah.
Mr. President,
Mr. Lafferty.
could we have some
Guidance?
guidance from the attorney, please?
This is an appeal of a license under Chapter 18 of the Code of Ordinances. I would ask that they make it clear which licenses are being appealed for the record. If there are more than one license, I recommend that council look at each license separately instead of as a whole, because there may be different facts and circumstances being presented that affect each license. But ultimately, the ordinance gives the council the ability to restore a license after it has been suspended or revoked. The ordinance doesn't give any particular standards for the council, but I would note that you should make sure that whatever decision you make is based on competent material and substantial evidence that's put before this council. So if there's further appeals and what is reviewed here today is based on what is competent material evidence to the council. In addition, there was a tight timeline for the council secretary to put this on the agenda. So there was a 10-day period of which the council secretary had to get this in front of the council. So there was really not much discretion on council's behalf. The ordinance has a timeline for hearing the appeal, but what it does not have is a timeline for when you actually make the decision. So if there is further information that council needs, or you feel you're not prepared to make a decision, please, I can help guide the council through that at that time. And maybe we can get the petitioner to agree to adjourn this to a further date. But again, I don't know what evidence is coming out here. So those are just some general guidelines.
I think this is a pretty complex situation that.
No, I think we've come to an agreement based on the reinspection and some things.
Can you speak into the microphone?
Mike, we can't hear you.
Okay, I just want to put on the record Cecil St. Pierre, City Attorney 3. there's been, it was yesterday, we were there with Mr. Cummins and I, and with the owners of the property, the Nooner family, brothers, and we had an opportunity to have the reinspection. As a result, we have recommending that the Nooners Automotive Recyclers LLC license be issued, or the suspension and/or revocation be removed. Nooners Auto and Truck Sales LLC, because they're basically just selling auction vehicles anyways, but nonetheless, they've had that since 2011, and based on the reinspection, we have no objection to having that one reissued, so it's no longer suspended and/or revoked. The secondhand goods dealer license, 23-202, would be reissued based on the fact there's been the site plan has been updated and the bond paid. The second-hand motor vehicle dealer license, 23-0200, that also has to do with the Nooners Automotive Recycling, which is done on the inside of the building, which everybody agrees that's where it's supposed to be done. As a result of the reinspection conducted by Jim Cummins, M&D Towing License 23-019, and Bill's Towing License 23-018, the suspension and/or revocations will be removed. It is our position that any junkyard license, revocation and/or suspension shall not be removed because you need an M4 zoning in regards to that, and that's called open storage for junk, auto wrecking yards, and other waste products. And that's what they have there, and that's what they intend to do with the with the junk, calling it a junkyard. And that's one of the reasons we ceased operation there. I believe they filed, I don't know if they filed a variance for a use variance with the ZBA, but they can address that, and we do not recommend any change in that until there's a change in the zoning as to the junk dealer's license.
So, Mr. President? So,
I hear from the petitioner.
I just want to get these numbers straight. Which numbers, which licenses he just went through. But I guess we can do that after and get it, because I don't know which ones.
Yeah.
So this, the petition came about, and it was petitioned as a whole because...
Use your name for the record, please. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Patrick Arella, appearing on behalf of my client, Mr. Glenn Nooner, and the entities listed in the petition. As I was stating, the petition was prepared this way because any notice that was given to the Nooners Recycling, the Nooners Towing, Bill's Towing, all the entities operating on that property was given in a single letter. The licenses are listed accordingly on the application pursuant to what number is associated with what entity. Per the city attorney's remarks, it appears that the only remaining argument from this appeal is whether the junkyard license, and that's license number 230201, he is not making a recommendation to reinstate or approve a
Setting aside the
abandonment of the revocation.
setting aside the revocation and/or suspension of said license.
So with that, if the council has questions about the other licenses, I'd be glad to address them, but I think we can narrow this down, if that's the case, to just the junkyard.
If you're satisfied with that section of the appeal, then we don't have to go any further. But my question on the junkyard, salvage yard, one, I don't necessarily know the difference between a junkyard and a salvage yard from the public perspective, but wasn't there a variance issued back in 2011 for that operation?
That's correct. And there were certain exceptions, both noted on the site plan and provided in the C of O, that allowed for particular types of activities that are directly related to a junk or salvage yard to continue to remain on that M2 zone property. M4 zoning is for a junkyard, and it permits outside storage of junk. And in this case, the only thing that is stored outside is the carcass of the car once it's dismantled. And that process is something that has to happen as a part of the recycler's responsibility to public safety when they impound a car and it's abandoned. So when those cars are abandoned, they're sent off to recycling. In order to recycle them, they're dismantled because recyclers will only take certain parts from the cars. They're crushed, stacked, and they wait for transportation, and they're cycled out accordingly. Those activities were permitted as exceptions so long as none of the outside storage of junk occurred, like you normally see when you drive by a junkyard and there's, excuse my French, there's junk everywhere. I have photos that I submitted, and I have photos that I have on a jump drive if the council would like to see of the site. It looks nothing like a junkyard. The only thing stacked outside for storage in the back of the lot, outside of public view, are the carcasses of cars that have been dismantled, crushed, and are ready for transportation to a recycling facility. Those exceptions were noted both in the 2011 C of O and the 2011 site plan, which are the only deviations that are allowed from the M4 zoning, which allows storage of junk outside. So with those exceptions, my client's been operating lawfully according to the zoning ordinance and his C of O under these licenses since 2011. And to be arbitrarily and capriciously denied that opportunity without an opportunity for hearing, he has been without work now since May 30th.
So if you've satisfied all the other licenses and the only thing that you don't have is the junkyard salvage yards 230201, what are you going to the ZBA for?
We went to the ZBA under the auspices that there was a need for a zoning variance, but after we reviewed the documents, those exceptions that were needed are already in the C of O, and they're already in the zoning site plans. So under the M2 zoning, which is required for all the other licenses that operate on that facility.
So how do we resolve, so you're still looking for us to give a decision on the appeal for the 230201 license?
That's correct, and the reason for that request for the appeal is the notice issue. They have shut down this business with zero notice. The day, May 30th, they received a letter dated May 25th, citing a request for all of these non-conformances to the zoning, which only required cleaning and maintenance of that lot. And the very same day, later that day, they received a letter, and this is on May 30th, dated May 31st from the clerk's office, revoking their letters. There's a due process issue at issue here. If they want to revoke the license, even if they're operating improperly, there's a procedure and a process for this. They have a property interest in that license that was seized for them by the city without due process. So what we're asking for is a reinstatement of that license for whatever administrative questions need to be addressed or asked about either the C of O or the site plan to be addressed before arbitrarily revoking the license. It will also give them time to address any issues that may have occurred between now and the time they actually come up with the resolution. If they want this meeting to serve as notice, fine, but they need notice that their licenses are going to be revoked before they're actually revoked.
I thought you had till June 23rd.
Pardon me?
I thought you had till June 23rd from the initial letter of May 23rd.
My client never received a letter from May 23rd.
Oh, I mean 25th.
The May 25th letter was the revocation notice.
Gotcha.
In that letter, it said, your licenses, we're sending a letter to the clerk's office asking for a revocation of your license. And there was a cease and desist. So they constructively revoked their license by telling them they can't operate. And they pulled them from the police list for police towings without any due process before the towing administration.
Any other questions from
Mr.
council?
President?
Mr. President.
I'm confused. What instigated all of this happening?
It's not clear what instigated it.
You guys make somebody mad, or somebody ask you for something you didn't do?
There was an inspection, and the inspection was very, very professionally written, and it just identified 11 specific areas on the site that required cleaning up. When they received that letter as an exhibit to the cease and I'm going to call it a cease and desist order on May 25th, they immediately took action to clean those sites up, and within 7 days, it was fixed. So the drastic measures of terminating or revoking their license compared with what it took to clean the site up are not proportionate.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that. Seems a little...
Mr. Lafferty?
Thank you. Good evening. In reference to the junkyard license, Mr. St. Pierre stated that it requires, or Mr. Orelli, one of you stated that it requires M4 zoning.
For a junkyard license, that is correct.
And considered open storage.
Or junk, correct.
Has the zoning changed in the last 24 hours?
Not to my knowledge.
What is it presently zoned as?
The property is presently zoned M2.
All right, then how can we renew a license or, in effect, undo what you did tonight and allow a junkyard renewal license to be issued on a property that is not properly rezoned? And the reason I ask that is Mr. Cummins wrote a letter, and this is from May 4th, 2023, and it's titled his inspection report. Now, I have this because this is part of the meeting packet from the Planning Commission that was yesterday, the 12th of June. And one of the recommendations, the last recommendation, number 5, states open storage for junk, auto wrecking yards, and other waste products are only permitted in an M4 district. All reference to junk shown on the site plan must be removed. The junkyard license cannot be renewed unless the property is rezoned to an M4 district. So how can we act tonight with that statement, if that's Mr. Cummins' official position and that is the actual zoning? How can you set this aside and ask us to allow this forward tonight?
Certainly. If you look at recommendations 1, 2, and 3, all of those recommendations include investigation into the variances and the discrepancies between what was issued in the C of O and what was applied to the site plan. And as a result, if those variances were not in fact approved, were not granted, then you would have an argument for not suspending the revocation or lifting the suspension. That is a recommendation in item 4 purely based on the zoning language, but you and the zoning board are allowed to make exceptions, and those exceptions were made. This is not a junkyard by any means. I have a packet of photos that addresses all 11 issues. Were you to drive by this facility today, you would not think it was a junkyard. There's not junk stored outside. The only junk stored outside, again, is for the ability of that licensee to dispose of cars that have been abandoned after they've been impounded.
Understood. So just to clarify, is there a variance in place today that allows the temporary 120-day maximum storage of crushed cars on the property today? Is there a variance in place today?
I believe there is. It's on the C of O and it is on the site plan.
So Mr. St. Pierre is shaking his head no.
I can clear this up with one document.
Can you speak into the microphone, Mr. Cummins?
I can clear this up with one document. This is the certificate of occupancy, and the yellow is what they requested, and that was what's granted. And
So
that's in
it is
2011.
So it is zoned M2,
It is zoned M2.
and the variance is granted to allow the open storage.
Open storage of other than junk.
Other than junk.
Correct. They have open storage other than junk.
Now, as I understood last night, based on Mr. Nooner's comments to the Planning Commission, that the site was cleaned up or it was in the process of being cleaned up?
That is correct.
And is it cleaned up to your satisfaction? I'm asking Mr. Cummins.
It is as of yesterday. If you would have looked at it on May 4th, you'd have considered it a junkyard. You could not get through that property to the back. There were life safety issues, fire. If there was a fire, an employee was injured, you could not get through that yard to the back. Yesterday, they've completely removed the majority of everything that was out there. And so based on that, that is why we said you could do the original license. But there was never a certificate of occupancy to allow a junkyard on that property. I have launched an investigation as to how they got from that certificate of occupancy to where they're at today and how they were allowed to expand onto the site as they did, because there was nothing that allowed them to do that. And the variances that were granted had many, many items that were on those variances that were conditioned. Now they have cleaned up everything that were in my 11 items, but we still have not been able to resolve the issue of junk because the ordinances just simply do not, the ordinance doesn't allow it except in an M4 zone. And it doesn't make any exceptions at all.
All right, so no junk, just crushed cars.
They can crush cars. It does let them bring cars in to be crushed and then immediately remove them after the crushing. That's exactly what their variances state.
Immediately, but not to exceed 120 days, according to your letter.
No, the 120 days is based on impound vehicles that are coming in and stored on the site. That's where they have storage of vehicles.
Okay, I see that.
Storage vehicles other than junk. There's no junk allowed. It's clear in the variances.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm going to pause my questioning.
Mr. President.
Mr. Watts?
I got a couple things. Number one, they've been operating since 2011, 2012. And all of a sudden, boom, one day, shut down, finished, over with. I'm totally confused as how we wound up here. Now, let me go another step. I'd like an answer to that question. Number two, I know it's probably been a year and a half. There was a complaint made about the place directly to the north that's scrapping cars. Have you shut them down? Mr. Cummings, have you shut them down?
They were not scrapping cars, and yes, we did, and they cleaned the site up. Both you and Mr. Lafferty made that complaint. It was investigated, they cleaned it up, and they were done. At that time, there were also suspected hazardous materials that were investigated on both that site, and it bordered along Nooner's site on their north side. And that was cleared after about 4 months.
Well, I believe it's still going on.
And so that was there, but that site was cleaned up.
I believe it's still going on. How do you like that?
We will be out there tomorrow on that site. It's scheduled.
This is the kind of stuff that just sends me into orbit. The other question I have is for Mr. Cecil St. Pierre. Public records show that you're the president and director of a nonprofit that is believed to be a dark money pact that uses that money to influence public opinion. Have you solicited any money from any towing companies and received any money from any towing companies, Mr. St. Pierre?
No, not that I know of. Have no knowledge of anything like that.
Okay, but the public records say that you're the president and director, so.
So,
Okay, I just want to make sure I got that on public record, so. I don't know. I think that this has been just really wrong, what's gone on here. I don't think they were given due process. And when I look around town, I drive by Body by Bruce. This has been going on for 15 years over there, and nothing's been done over there. You know, I drive down Groesbeck. There's I call them junkyards because, you know, that's what I grew up with. Are they zoned properly? Are they cleaned up properly over there? Or have you shut any of those down? So,
Let's stay on this one here.
all right, so,
M97 is a junkyard, and it's zone M2. We are not a junkyard, we are automotive recycling.
okay.
Junkyard. We did have a mess, and it's fixed.
Okay.
Identify
That's
yourself
why,
for record.
that's what started, but there's something way further than that got
Yeah.
us.
Mr. Nooner, can you just identify yourself for the public record, please?
Glenn Nooner,
All right,
Nooner Service Center.
all right.
We are a recycler center, not a junkyard.
And
we do not consider ourselves a junkyard.
I would agree with that, because I've been over there next door and on your property when the fire department's been doing training. And as far as I'm concerned, your place has always been nice and clean.
Right.
I don't have any problem with that, so, and I understand the difference, I appreciate you pointing that out, so.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure that things are done right, and you guys should be back where you're at. You shouldn't have been treated this way.
We're 11 years been here. We've been towing for you guys for probably 18 years, I
Yep.
think, and never an issue. Nothing. All of a sudden, out of the clear blue, we have this.
I remember when you,
When one of our employees knows that we're going to be closed down, before we're closed down, before any of this ever hit, and we get that information, something's really wrong here.
something smells.
Very bad.
I know you've always run a good operation. I know you were at 10 and Ryan for years.
Yep.
And I know you were over on 10 Mile. You got numerous, got some other locations.
Almost 50 years in business.
I know you're from this area, and I know you've always run a clean, respectable operation, and you've done a good job with the towing, like our other towing companies. You guys all do a good job, and I appreciate that. So hopefully we can get you back where you need to be.
Mr. President?
Ms. Moore?
My question, and Mr. Watts sort of touched on it, does every operation similar to that, are they all zoned M4, or are some M2?
M97, according to your chart, M97 is zoned M2 and has cars stacked 3 high on a rack that you can drive down Groesbeck tomorrow morning and see. So how all of a sudden I'm doing something wrong and M97 is okay is totally beyond me. So you guys can drive by, you can look at the map, according to your map, it says M2. Now, there's another new guy that's iDrive, that part of his is M4, the other part is M2, I believe. I could be wrong, because it's just a small little sliver.
Right.
So,
It seems like there was some notice or kind of, maybe we didn't, the procedure's bad. I don't know if Mr. Schroeder has.
well, 11 years ago, when
You can weigh in on that, Mr. Schroeder?
Just say that I do a lot, I've done hundreds of licenses across the state in different areas, and this code was written in 1967. It hasn't been amended since 1967. And when you take away someone's license without giving them due process or a notification, immediately take it away, which, by the way, I'll say the ordinance does allow that to happen, if you read the ordinance. But a lot has changed since 1967 when this ordinance was written. And what you typically see, what the state of Michigan does, is they distinguish between something that's an immediate threat to health, safety, and welfare. There's an immediate threat to health, safety, and welfare. I'm a doctor and I have a license, and I'm diagnosing people with cancer that don't have it and giving them chemotherapy. They can immediately take away your license. That's a threat to health, safety, and welfare. So we have to separate the zoning issue from the license issue. There may be a zoning problem here. I don't know. I'm listening to this. I don't know what the zoning problem is. But the license issue is the city issued a license. They have a business license, and it was taken away without due process. And I don't hear any indication of public health, safety, and welfare that there's an immediate threat to the public. So again, I believe they followed the ordinance. The ordinance does allow the clerk to immediately suspend it. I'm recommending, because these things come up at the meetings all the time, that we take a look at this moving into the future, and I do share their concern about due process.
Maybe we could have you take a look at the ordinance, and maybe we can amend it. Would be a good.
Council member, if I may, there is a provision in the ordinance that allows for a revocation of a license, but for very specific enumerated offenses. Those offenses include fraud and misrepresentation, or false statement made in the application of a license, fraud or misrepresentation, and any false statement made in the operation of the business, any violation of the chapter or ordinance of the city reasonably related to the occupation or profession of the being licensed, conducting a business in an unlawful manner, or failure or inability of the applicant to meet and satisfy the requirements and provisions of this chapter and every other ordinance of the city reasonably related to the occupation and profession of the profession being licensed. It does not say you can just arbitrarily and capriciously take somebody's license without meeting one of those 5 criteria. And I didn't see in the letter or the April 4th letter that identified an April 27th inspection that any of those issues were addressed. The May 23rd letter specifically says, hey, you have 30 days to address this stuff. There's no indication that, or proof of service for either one of those 2 letters for me to determine whether or not the petitioners, any of the petitioners, received that information prior to May 30th when the mail came, and that May 25th letter was in it. Shortly thereafter, received a letter from the clerk's office dated on May 30th, dated May 31st, revoking the license. So with regard to the ordinance allowing them to revoke the license, I don't believe it can be done without a specific reason, or one of those 5 specific reasons.
So M59, or M97, they have a variance. So can we, from here, grant a variance, or does it have to go to zoning?
What you can do is reinstate.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What you can do is reinstate.
I'm sorry, Mr. St. Pierre said something I didn't hear.
You know, I had talked to Patrick, and it was my recommendation that he go get his use variance in regards to, for the M4, since they don't. Now, when you say it was 11 years ago, is not that your grandfather. You still can't have junk on it unless you have an M4.
Right.
And what ended up being in their crusher and them leaving the cars there turned into a junkyard. And that's not what we want. If they can get a use variance, and I recommended it to them. We talked, and in fact, I think in regards to the due process, there is the time they can come to council in order to have a hearing. So, in fact, I think I even recommended that to him as well. So as a result.
Could we stay the closure right now and give it, however time it would take for it to get through the ZBA, the zoning process?
Yes.
And we don't want to hurt their business, right?
Exactly.
We've got people flying out of Warren.
I think it should be noted that not having a junk license is not going to hurt their business. What they're doing, there's not, they can, as long as they get rid of those crushed vehicles, then they're not a junkyard. They got to just crush them and move them. It's when they let them sit around. But just because you had a junkyard license 11 years ago, doesn't mean you can then have junk. And on that certificate of occupancy, it says nothing about being a junkyard. It says a few other things, but it doesn't say you can use it as a junkyard under our ordinance.
I understand that, but is there something that,
Ms. Moore, you've indicated in regards to a variance, sometimes it has been a policy. It has been a policy that you, as long as you file for a variance and it's going to be scheduled for a hearing, that there'd be no action taken until that hearing is conducted.
right? I mean,
And I'm
I know
leaving
you're
it in
saying
the discretion,
immediately.
your discretion.
I know you're saying immediately, and I get, immediately is not always possible, right? You have an employee that gets rid of the vehicle and he's sick and the truck breaks down. I mean, sometimes you can't do everything. What's immediately?
No, when we talk about immediate, after they crush those cars, we don't want them sitting around as junk.
I get it, but what have we specified immediately? Just for what is immediately? 3 days, 4 days, 5? We probably should have that specified, right?
Within a week, they should be out of there. I mean, they
So
crush X amount
I
of
believe
cars.
what you're asking for, is there a reasonable expectation of a definition for immediate within that
Right.
confine of the operation? And there is. There are market conditions, there's transportation conditions, and there's resources that all impact how quickly those vehicles can be removed. So they're safely stacked until those requirements can be
Right.
met. There's a sale that occurs approximately every 6 weeks with the auction. There's an inventory turnaround because of that, and both the resources to get it off the property and resources to manage the new vehicles coming in all play a part of that. So to come up with a number that's reasonable with regard to that, I think would require a discussion between the parties to make sure that there is a reasonable number.
Because it is ambiguous. The word immediate is ambiguous to me,
At this point, yes.
you know.
Okay.
I mean,
Mr. President, through the chair to Mr. Cummins, how often do we inspect businesses like this particular business?
Say that again?
How often are we inspecting them? What prompted them to be inspected?
year.
Every year. So was this a part of their regular business
Yes.
license?
It was.
store it for 60 days.
But it's the first time that I ever did the inspection. And so that has also launched an internal investigation. How did we get from this far to this far out with licenses when there was never, ever a license for a junkyard? And I think that they moved further ahead and further out of the realm of what the original license was issued for. And so I would be very cautious about allowing junkyards in M2 properties, because we have a whole lot of M2 zone property in Warren, and we have very few M4 properties in Warren. And that's why they're specific to be in M4, or the property can be rezoned to M4 through the correct procedure, or they can go for a variance to legalize that use. But blanketly do it would create, I think, a very unhealthy condition.
I don't think anybody's
within the
suggesting
community.
that.
And we're not depriving them of going back to work tomorrow. They can crush their cars, which is what they're supposed to do, and remove them from the site within a reasonable time when they're done. But it doesn't mean that they can run a junkyard, because when I was out there in May, it was a junkyard. And I have probably 70 pictures that you can see that clearly indicate that it is not where they were supposed to be. Now they have come back to where they're supposed to be, and we'd like them to stay there and run their business and keep it as you see it today. Because I have pictures of it from yesterday, pictures of it months ago. I'm very happy to share them with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Mr. President, Mr. Cummings, I'm looking at the COO and the highlighted area, and it says proposed use of building or land, vehicle storage and recycling, comma, parts, sales, comma, and used car sales, manufacturing.
No, the manufacturing's previous use.
It says existing or previous use.
Right, the existing use before they took over the existing use before they took over the property was manufacturing. And so this certificate actually says what their proposed use is going to be.
Okay. Is there any portion of the property right now that is zoned other than M2?
Yes, there was an R1P zone on the back of the property.
Okay, so there's no portion of the property right now that's zoned M4?
No, there's not.
And what is all involved with going to M4? Is that something that can be approved within a relative short amount of time?
They would have to make an application to the Planning Commission for rezoning, and then they would have to appear before the Planning Commission, and then the Planning Commission would make a recommendation to this body, to the council, for the final disposition of that rezoning.
Okay.
2 years ago or so, they did come to you for a rezoning, to rezone a portion of the P zone to M2.
Okay,
And
so
it was approved.
per the yellow on here, the highlighted area, vehicle storage and recycling, once he crushes the vehicles and they're in the cube, ready to leave, would that be considered recycling? Or is that considered junk?
That's a carcass that's to be hauled off. It's not to stay on the site. it would be junk
It's to
if
be
it stayed there.
recycled, so I would consider it recycling. That's where it's going. Yes, they do. It's going, excuse me.
Recycling, that's what.
It's recycled material that's going to the shredder. They take and shred it, and everything comes out of the shredder, plastic here, aluminum here, metal here. All that is recycled, and we use it every day in our lives.
Okay.
That's where it's at.
He doesn't recycle.
We are recycling.
You're not
Yeah,
recycling.
it doesn't.
But the carcasses go to an off-site location to be shredded.
Mr. President,
Okay.
They're not shredded on
Mr.
site.
Lafferty?
if Mr. Kapuscinski's complete.
All we're trying to say, that you can't do that.
Right. Through the chair to Mr. St. Pierre, what was the date of the first notice of violation?
I became involved after Mr. Cummins conducted the inspection. As a result of the inspection and the violations that he observed, I made the May 25th, 2023 correspondence. The correspondence was sent to them, and it was sent via certified mail and first-class mail, and CC was also sent to
Okay,
the
so,
city
Mr. St. Pierre?
clerk and to the building director, Mr. Cummins.
Okay, so the date of the first violation was May 25th, 2023.
Unless, May 5th, Mr. Cummins made the violations as a result of his inspection.
On the 5th, was
Yes.
Mr. Nooner, and this is to Mr. Arella, was your client notified of the violations?
No,
So you have no notice from anything that occurred on the 5th of May?
no notice on anything that occurred prior to their receiving the letter on May 30th, 2023.
So only after the letter dated May 25th was sent out, then you received notice?
That's correct.
Okay. Because if I'm piecing this together correctly, per our ordinance, section 37580, a first-time violation, there's a suspension up to 21 days. And at that time, the police commissioner may recommend to the towing committee and to city council the suspension of any wrecker or wrecker owner assigned to the active police tow list for any grounds set forth in the article. So, Mr. St. Pierre, you opened up with the fact that they were suspended, that Nooners was suspended by the city. Who authorized that action?
That action was authorized by me based on the information that Everett Murphy wrote zoning violations, and that was also part of the inspection by
Mr. St. Pierre?
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. St. Pierre, who gave you that authority?
The zoning inspectors and Mr. Cummins.
According to this, the city council has the sole authority.
You're talking about a towing license. I'm
Yes.
talking about a license in general, which includes a towing license. The towing license, you also have jurisdiction as well, and
You
this
stated they
also
were...
with a license.
No, that's not what you said. You opened up saying they were suspended from the towing list. I put this in my notes.
Their towing license was suspended.
So they're still on the towing list?
That's right.
No, they're not.
That is incorrect. I spoke with the police department directly, and they have been removed as of Friday from the towing list.
When they say removed, the license was not issued. It's my understanding that new licenses were going to be issued, and as a result, the clerk did not reissue the license, towing licenses, until this was resolved through the building department.
It is not within your authority to do that. According to the ordinance, you don't have the authority to remove them from the towing list. You don't have the authority, because they were suspended for 21 days. May 25th, if that letter was received on May 25th, they were not given a warning to begin with? They were just immediately suspended. I need to understand this. If we're going to be asked to make a decision here, I need to understand this.
Well, as far as
Timeline is
the-
imperative here.
As far as the towing licenses, we have no objection to them being
I'm not asking that. I'm asking if they were provided sufficient notice after a warning was given. Was a warning given to them, or were they automatically just shut down after the letter dated the 25th of May?
I don't know. I was just told that there was violations, and as a result.
You don't know.
Drivers, right?
To Mr. Arella, what does your letter from the city state relative to the suspension of operations at that location? Does it indicate that your license to operate was suspended?
The city clerk shall suspend, revoke said licenses 23-201, 23-202, 23-200, as well as the towing license issued by the City of Warren City Council per statute. Our office has complied with the Section 1812B by mailing to the addresses shown on the application for the license.
Okay. So even with the first-time violation, a suspension of up to 21 days, you weren't even given sufficient time to remediate, and you had your license revoked?
That is correct.
Thank you.
I got one
Mr.
last.
President?
Just one last thing. The certificate of occupancy permit application talks about recycling and part sales. This was a big thing back in 2010, 2011, the automotive recycling and taking used cars and crushing them. This was a big initiative. So we're all aware of what they were going to be doing. Whether the timeliness of removing and whether the maintenance of the yard was adequate to city standards, I don't know. That's between the zoning inspectors, building inspectors, whatnot. But what we don't have in front of us is the minutes or what was specifically approved from the zoning board, stating what they could have. So the C of O that we have here in front of us may not reflect what was in the ZBA findings. And they've been operating for, 2011, 23, carry the 2, 12 years? 12 years, and all of a sudden, it's a big to-do. Figure it out. As Mr. Schroeder said, there's not a health, safety, and welfare issue. I appreciate everyone's comments, but if we send them to ZBA and they've already been to ZBA, what are they going to ask for? We don't want a variance for a junkyard. We don't want that because then that opens it up, it runs with the land. I don't know whether we can say it here. I know you can't say it at ZBA, whether we have something from the petitioner directing we will only do it as it runs with the tenant or with the owner or as long as the operation exists. And then if they go away, then that variance goes away. We normally can't say that. But I'll go back to the original. They've been doing this for 11 years. We knew what they were doing back in 2011. And what's happening now seems directed.
It seems very hard to believe that they got from there to here without this being done. But they've been 3 years trying to get their site plan into conform. It's been 3 years since they got a site plan approval. They've never finished that site plan approval in 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
It took until this happened to get them to get the site plan in, get it done. They resubmitted it today after they had a denial last night, and then they brought their bond in today. They had 3 years to do that. And all I can tell you is that the site was not in compliance. They should have never been able to get to this point. We're doing an investigation to find out why. And that is all I can tell you. This was the first time that I inspected the site myself personally.
Mr. President.
I know that zoning has been there. I know that zoning did issue a letter. I don't have that letter with me tonight.
Council President, briefly in response to that, the county lost their drawings. So there's a sewer issue on the property. They have been repeatedly pushed back granting that permit because they lost the drawings. Thankfully, Mr. Nooner was able to dig those up in his records from when he purchased the property in order to expedite the process. So the waiting has been waiting on the county to get the information needed for the city to produce those permits.
It sounds like there's fault on a lot of sides, but I think we've had a good relationship with the, with Nooners and with everything they've done, and you've seemed to have agreed to 4 to 5 of the licenses. I don't see why we don't just let it keep going.
Mr. President, we would ask that they be reinstated. There's a process for addressing whether there's a violation, and if that violation warrants a restriction or a revocation, then just follow the process, and we'll do what we need to make sure that that's taken care of. The variance has already been applied for. It was applied for Friday. If there's anything else we can do to satisfy the technical terms of the junkyard versus the operations that have some components of a junkyard, which Mr. Nooner thought was addressed in the exceptions that were granted, we're trying to diligently work with this body to make sure that those, whatever exceptions are necessary or whatever changes are necessary,
I guess
are in
I'd like to
place.
see it go, I think I'd like to see it go to ZBA and have those things mutually agreed to as long as the operation remains consistent.
And in the interim, that's all we're asking, is reinstate the licenses so we can finish that process with the ZBA.
How long will it take you to get through ZBA? ZBA is 30 days for noticing, so how long will it take you, have you turned an application?
We've turned it in, and we've been, I think we're waiting on a date for the date for.
So
Mr. Cummins? Mr. Cummins?
The application was turned in, but the application's not completed. So this application still has to go back. They have some changes they need to make and some other information that needs to be submitted. That's not going to hold them up significantly.
Okay. Mr. Watts?
Yes, I just want to go back to a couple of things, and I didn't plan on going down this road, but thanks to Mr. Cummings, he helped me along the way. First of all, I just looked up 2 junkyards in the city, and they're zoned M2 on the city records, and I'm looking in one, and one of them, the BSNA records, show the cars stacked in the air. It's clearly a junkyard. 2, Mr. Cummings, you're concerned about people running junkyards, and I drive around this city. The person sitting in this audience brought it up tonight, that I go out and drive around and I check on stuff. And how many times that me and Councilman Green and others have brought it up about all these auto repair places that are running junkyards on their properties, and we can't get anything done about it. There's unlicensed cars, there's junk cars, they're clearly taking parts off of them in all these other places, and we're not doing anything about it. So you can't have 2 sets of rules here. Something stinks here. Something stinks. And I'm just going to help you out on another thing, too, about what they've done in the last 3 years, because the city will use this against everybody they can. We had COVID. We were shut down for almost a year. There's been a concrete shortage, a worker shortage to get the concrete to these places. So we got to work with people.
We do work with people, but I believe that the yard that you're speaking about with the racks, that's a racked recycling facility. And the racks are there so that they have emergency egress in between those racks, so that those cars on the ground, those are open drives inside of there that allow circulation by fire and emergency vehicles. That's why those are stacked, and they're stacked 3 high.
It's a junkyard.
And they're organized. That is why that one is that way.
I'm just very frustrated here because
Motion for 90 days.
something stinks, and we're going to get to the bottom of this. Mr. Nooner?
Could I just kind of explain? We don't want M4. I don't want a junkyard. We're a recycler. I'm
Right.
not looking for a junkyard. If we did something wrong, then we did something wrong. I'm not disputing that. It's not going to happen again.
Fair enough.
You guys can tell them what you heard yesterday on the phone. What did I tell you? What did I say? Tell these people, please. What
Mr.
did I-
President?
He heard it better than me.
Mr. President, why don't I make a motion that we vacate or let them operate for another 60 or 90 days, whatever we want.
I'd go 6 months. It's going to take time to get all this work done.
All right, 180 days, 6 months.
I'll second that with 6 months.
Can I just, this is just specifically for clarification for the automotive recyclers.
2302.
The other ones are. going to
23,
be-
yeah.
Yes, okay.
230201.
This includes putting them back on the toll list and everything, right? Okay.
We put on the record, and I think we satisfied the record, what's to be reinstated.
Okay.
It was only the junkyard license that was left, and that's what we're dealing with now, and they said there's going to be a stay until you
6
have your
months.
use variance hearing. And you got to follow through.
6 months or until you get a variance that satisfies everybody in the room.
Point of order, Mr.
Mr.
President.
Papandrea, which point of order?
Can we separate the junkyard issue from the rest of them? I mean, that
It's
seems
the
to...
only one we're voting on.
All right.
The other ones, they've already agreed to amongst themselves.
Mr. President?
Is that accurate, Mr. St. Pierre?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Thank you.
Record reflects the same.
Thank you.
Can we also direct the two parties to define immediate as it relates to this?
Either in the, we'll do that on our side with the ordinance, with the licensing ordinance? Is that what
Okay.
you're talking about, Mr. Schroeder?
It seems like they would benefit from at least,
Well, in the zoning variance that they're going to apply for, they put specific language on time that the recycled materials can remain on site.
They do put conditions.
Cam.
Ms. Cam, do you have something to add?
I'm just curious, for the purpose of ZBA, is it just going to be use on that particular portion, or?
I don't know, I want to see the old variance. and
Rezone the
see.
whole property?
That's what, I'm still confused about that. If they already have a variance, what are they going back for? So we'll let zoning figure that out. Okay, everybody understand the motion? I have a motion by Moore. Is there support? Support. Support by Watts. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Good to go. Thank you all.
Can somebody please do me a favor and call the police department, ask them to put us on a list, or ask one of these guys to radio in and say, please put us on a list? Is what this has cost me an ungodly amount of money. I mean, we've lost at least
We'll have the council office send
$50,000.
an email to the police commissioner tomorrow. Yep.
Well, I need it right now, tonight. I mean, seriously, we've been off the list. It's killing us.
We can't until we get done with the meeting.
We're done with the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody need a break?
Motion to recess, 5 minutes.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 5 minutes.
It's a good, well-timed move.
Really? No. I'm also like quite stuffy right now. My allergies are a lot of this stuff.
This is yours.
I know the state.
Could be part of it.
This is yours.
Yeah.
No, it's on the...
Vitamin from yesterday. It was on hiatus back then. Yeah, it's a C, it's a C. Do you need it? It's a C.
They could overcook it? No. Oh, I mean, no, because my battery's about to die. No, I forgot it.
What, you had a Dell?
Did you bring enough for everybody?
Really? How many
No,
were
but
there?
she's got,
Did you bring enough for everybody?
No.
Is that USB-C?
Yeah.
Or until they get the variance.
But they already have it, so,
That's where it says.
yeah.
it's this,
They're changing it.
Yep.
Yeah. Did pretty well though.
Plug your,
Yeah.
plug yourself. Oh, thank you. No, this one. You need this one. Oh. Isn't that yours?
I'm also including
Thank you.
Sonia on this.
On the Gmail?
No, but I'm at 22 minutes upstairs.
Police told us. They took them off the toll list. So you can't get on the police toll list without being on the toll list.
No, it's not recognizing it.
all we got out of it.
But also, like, why, I mean, I have no problem with it, if it requires that.
Yeah, but they need a variance.
Like, why is it not by Bruce's license?
Right.
Exactly, because they're getting more money to the mayor.
Well, I can make that, yes, that assumption.
Okay.
I'm just
Well,
saying.
we're on a hot mic.
Umbrella's finally.
Next item?
Next item is 13A, Council President Patrick Green, discussion in re an ordinance to create Chapter 7.5 of the City of Warren Code of Ordinances relating to anti-discrimination. This is a first reading. Motion to approve.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. It's important that the city of Warren join many other municipalities across the state who all have non-discrimination, anti-discrimination ordinances on their books. In short, as used in this chapter, the words discrimination or discriminate shall mean without limitation any act which, because of age, color, disability, education, familial status, gender expression, gender identity, height, marital status, national origin, race, religion, sex, sexual orientation, or weight results in an unequal treatment or separation of any person, or denies, prevents, limits, adversely affects the benefit or enjoyment of any person of employment, ownership, occupancy of real property, or public accommodations and public services. There are anti-discrimination laws, ordinances that protect people, but it's important for us here in the city of Warren to have this ordinance in our books for, and I think it has a maximum $500 fine potential, but demonstrating the policy that we all know we should be having here in the city of Warren, not to discriminate against anyone. Any discussion?
Mr. President.
Mr. Kaczynski.
So I found this interesting this evening. We had the Juneteenth resolution, and we also had the LGBTQIA+ resolution for Pride Month. But yet, 2 council meetings ago, there was an active rule put into place to discriminate against those that were of the Black American community, Bangladeshi community, those are seniors, and those with ADA issues from sitting in the front seats, in which Councilman Papandrea, representing District 1, and I myself, Eddie Kaczynski, representing District 5, had to go and sit in the front seats with those residents because they were told they could no longer sit there. And that was very discriminatory. I find it interesting that we had these resolutions this evening, and now also including Pride Month. For religious reasons, I cannot get on board with endorsing the behavior of the LGBTQIA+ community.
Do you have anything to do with the ordinance? You want
Yes.
to talk about the previous resolution?
Yes, I am talking about your piece of legislation here because I understand this mimics a lot of the legislation that's currently being considered in Lansing, and this is being attempted to do here in the city of Warren. There are many parents that are very concerned about the sexualization of their children. It is going.
Mr. Kaczynski, this has nothing to do with that.
It absolutely has to do with that.
It's not discriminating against people.
You said specifically in here, not discriminating. That includes those of the gay and lesbian community. That includes those that are transgender. That includes individuals that are preying on the youth of our society to change their gender. That is exactly what this is about. This is about indoctrination.
Does anyone else want to discuss?
And I will not allow this to take place in this city. And you can bang that gavel all you want. I don't care.
How's that?
I am not going to allow you to do that to this children of this community. I am not going to allow it.
Okay.
It is not going to happen.
Well, you have a binary choice of voting yes or no. Any other discussion? Call the question. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Ms. Rogansey?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Surprise. Green votes yes. Item passed 6-1. Next item.
Next,
Been there.
Mr. President.
Excuse
This behavior is not acceptable.
So do something
Well, don't discriminate against them.
What are you gonna do?
You were already censured the first time.
Do something about it.
Do what, Mr. Kaczynski?
Come on, let's go for eyes.
Wow.
Do something about it.
Well, no, we won't because, you know.
We'll take care of it procedurally.
Do it. Do it. Because all you're gonna go to jail for what you did.
Okay.
Knock
All you
yourself.
guys got felony charges against you. I hope you like that.
Go for it.
Felonies.
Yeah, I will go for it.
Next item.
Next item is
I
13.
didn't know we had entertainment.
I warned you guys
Next-
not to F with me, and you're doing so.
Not to
Next-
what with
Find
you?
out about it.
Oh, yeah? I'll say it again. Oh, yeah?
Continue laughing your ass off, Miss Moore.
13B, Council Secretary Mindy Moore, discussion in Ray. Pardon me?
No.
Oh, that's good. An ordinance to amend Chapter 2 of the Warren Code of Ordinances relating to nepotism and fraternization. First reading, so moved.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion?
We discussed this, almost, 8 months ago, to have Mr. Schroeder draft this ordinance, just to cover some things that needed to be covered to protect the employees and liability and people's relationships in the workplace.
Call the question?
Yes.
Moore? Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
No.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes for the first reading.
Mrs. Rogancy?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passed 6-1. Next item.
Next item is C, Council Secretary Mindy Moore, discussion and raise sale of tax foreclosed property at 11099 Dodge. I have a PowerPoint that I will start to go through.
Motion to approve.
Okay. Okay. Let me get the right one here.
Is there support?
Need support.
Oh, I'm supported.
Okay.
Support by Watts. Go ahead, Ms. Moore.
All right, thank you. Patrick, can you put up this PowerPoint, please?
It's up.
The Dodge, is it up? Oh, I see, okay. So this is a report from the City Council Legal Affairs Committee. I'm just going to go, we understand that and all know about the problem over on Dodge. It was a property sold for $1 to a nonprofit, and there are some issues with that. I just want to go through the timeline to give everybody sort of a baseline. Mr. Green will probably jump in here with more information. So in September, or November, reading my numbers wrong, July 19th of 2019, the prior city council authorized the purchase of a home from Macomb County assessor that values the home at $43,419. Then in March of 20, the city council, this council, approves the sale of the home for $1 to Friends of Foster Kids. We approved a restrictive covenant on the land that it must be used and occupied for foster care youth. This use restriction was cited as a basis to satisfy the public purpose requirement. If you'll remember when this item came to us, it was discussed that children in the foster system that age out, it's often a problem where they go. And I was very much in favor of this and supported it, in fact. Then in October of 20, the city sent a purchase agreement and the deed restrictions to Teresa Toya for signature and requested her to sign and return 3 copies. She's the effective head of the Friends of Foster Kids. Then on October 28th of 20, Teresa Toya altered the purchase agreement and deed restrictions, and she signed both documents. There are lines drawn through the proposed deed restrictions, and replacement language is typed that would allow her to resell the home instead of using it to house foster care kids, which is what we approved the sale of the property for $1, because we were under the impression, and that's what we agreed to, and that's what we voted on. From October 28th of 2020 through September 2021, City Council approval was never sought for any changes to the purchasing agreement or deed. From October 25th, 21 to 9/1/21, the mayor, clerk, and Teresa Toya signed an altered purchase agreement and deed allowing the purchaser to sell the property instead of using it for foster care youth, which was the original approved deed, covenant, and restrictions from this council. The deed was recorded transferring the property, and the deed restrictions approved by council were eliminated. But the deed is still subject to City Council resolution of March 10, 2020. On October 6 of 21, the house failed electrical, mechanical, plumbing, building, and zoning inspections. On October 6th through August 25th of 22, the house failed over 20 additional inspections. 10. On September 1st of 22, Tom Bomarito, who is the economic director, emailed the building director complaining about holdups and asks for inspection approvals to be pushed through. On September 12th of 22, the building department approved a certificate of occupancy saying the house is suitable as a habitable dwelling and meets minimum standards of the building code. Later in September, on the 28th, 2022, the house is for sale. The real estate listing brags it's a remodeled home with, quote, new furnace and city-approved C of O. It also says 100% of the profit goes to the seller. On November 9th of 22, the mayor does a photo op and tour of the home with Teresa Toya, her husband, and a landscaping company. On March 13th of 23, the property sale from the Toya nonprofit to a young woman, a first-time home buyer, for $95,000. In April 25th of 23, I emailed the city attorney's office asking questions about the changes in the deed restrictions and requesting documents. On April 25th, the city attorney's office replied to council and said that the home is now occupied by an aged-out foster care youth living with her daughter. On May 15th, 2023, the new homeowner confirmed she is not from the foster care system and never was in the foster care system. She was an arm's length purchaser with a buyer's agent.
You want me to take over this part?
Sure.
So, we started out with this when a city employee gave us some information, and and Ms. Moore emailed the city attorney's office. I want to back up a little bit what Ms. Moore said about we sold the house for $1. There's a reason there's a method for why we can sell a house for $1. Actually, we can't sell property for less than what it's appraised for, unless there's a public purpose, and they defined a public purpose as it's going to be used for a aged-out foster child. So then we have a public purpose, and to contractually obligate the purchaser to hold to that, we put a deed restriction in. And the problem is that somebody altered the document. Now, we thought that was the really bad part. It is, don't get me wrong, it's very bad. But then we started looking at the house. Can you go back to the slides, please, Patrick? So, we started having conversations with the homeowner, and it went to, she's having problems with the house. The roof is swayed. The walls are cracking. The floors are collapsing. The foundation is collapsing. She went to a foundation repair company and was quoted something $18,000, $20,000. And she just bought the house a month before, not even a month. Before that, now the house had a furnace, but it didn't have AC, so she went to put an air conditioner on the house. The HVAC contractor came in and said, I can't put an air conditioner on this unit. It has a cracked heat exchanger. It doesn't even look like it came from this house. It looks like it has flood damage. And this house doesn't have a basement. So how did it get flood damage? The supposition from the HVAC contractors, this furnace was taken from another house where the basement was flooded and put into this house. But the real estate listing showed it as a new furnace, and one of these pictures will get to that. The foundation is collapsing. It's supported by unstable cinder blocks and untreated scrap pieces of wood. How it passed an inspection is beyond me. I paid out of my own pocket for an inspector to go out there a month ago and look at the house and tell me everything that's wrong with it. He couldn't believe what he found. He couldn't believe that somebody sold this house. The roof has active leaks, there's mildew, there's mold. How is a house habitable in that condition? How can it pass city inspection? Next slide. Here's the foundation. You have a beam carrying a load that's turning sideways. You have a cinder block on bias with scrap pieces of wood. You have a load-bearing wall not supported. You have more scrap pieces of wood trying to level out the beams. You have the skirting on the house, because this is on a slab, non-existent to allow animals to get underneath the house. Next slide. You have ductwork that runs that's not supported, it's just hanging there. You have mixed types of framing that it's not proper construction. You have insulation and ductwork clawed off by the animals that got in there. And this is 1 month after this young lady bought the house. You have beams. Normally you stack a beam like an eye, straight up and down. These are flat, like planks. That can't support the house. Next slide. Here's the original property maintenance code certificate, and highlighted there you'll see permit required for foundation repairs, violations repairs per report. You'll see on the picture on the left the improper framing. You'll see, this is the sad part, this young woman, her first home purchase, and she has a house that she can't sell. Next slide. Again, going back to, there's a picture of the furnace that was listed as brand new, that had a cracked heat exchanger, that was listed on the real estate listing as a brand new furnace. This is a statement from the HVAC contractor. I was scheduled to install a new AC unit for, and on arrival, did a thorough inspection of the furnace. Within minutes, discovered a massive crack on the heat exchanger. The unit can't be new. It can't be the case for a heat exchanger that had a fair amount of rust on it. Unit typically caused from condensation leaking into a heat exchanger. Next slide, please. Additional code violations and defects found from the inspection. Poor grading around the foundation, animals crawling in, driveway needs to be replaced, sidewalk and back area needs to be replaced. Exterior walls are out of plumb and not square. The rear storm door is damaged and worn. Exterior water faucet loose. Roof, gutter, and downspouts need to be replaced. Attic area shows active leaks and mildew. The list goes on and on. As we said, the initial apparent fraud on the deed we thought was the worst thing, but the worst thing that can happen here is that a resident of this city was taken advantage of and lied to. And she's bought a house that I don't know how much in repairs it needs. And this is something that I'm upset about, I'm pissed off about, and I think all of us should be. Can you go to the last slide, Patrick? One more. So the new homeowner was denied inspection reports from her own home. She called the city and asked for a copy of all the inspection reports. She got a call back asking why she needed those. She doesn't have to give a reason why she needs those. She owns the house. She has a right to have those. This needs to be made right. I don't know who's at fault. I can figure out who's at fault, but in the end, this young woman needs to have the house that she thought she was buying repaired by somebody who failed in this. I don't know what the obligation is on the part of the city, because we weren't who sold it, but that's my 2 cents. Ms. Moore?
We kind of missed.
Go ahead.
Went over a little area. The property maintenance department, they actually issued a ticket of all kinds of problems at this property, and they were dismissed by City Attorney Mary Michaels on August 18th, 2022, and reversed all the fines without explanation and before the certificate of occupancy was issued. We have no idea how that was allowed to happen, and how a certificate of occupancy was issued when there were so clearly these violations. I would make a motion to allow me, the council secretary, to subpoena the building director to produce all inspection reports related to the tax reverted home on Dodge Avenue. Section 2-41 of the Code of Ordinances authorizes a subpoena to officers and department heads of the city to produce any documents that are designated in a subpoena. Request the administration and the nonprofit organization that purchased and resold the tax reverted home on Dodge Avenue to meet with the homeowner or her representative to provide an explanation for the problem she has experienced and to help find her assistance for the repairs or make her whole. Request the city attorney's office to draft new work rules and procedures to prevent contracts, deeds, and other legal documents from being materially altered after city council approval. And I request that the administration to close the donation of all $1 homes for the past 10 years with a copy of the purchase agreements and deeds, and request for new policies and procedures that are in compliance with guidance given by the Michigan Municipal League and Department of Treasury. There are so many things bad and wrong that happened here, from the first request of documents I got and explanation, I was flat out lied to. Just blatant, absolute lies that this home was occupied by an aged-out foster kid, that she had a baby, that this group put $80,000 in this house. They didn't put $80,000. They didn't even put 20 probably. And some of the work was donated landscaping, and this house is a mess, and this poor young woman is stuck with this, and it's just a travesty. Horrible. So that's my motion. So I make that.
Mr. Wash, you support that?
I'll support it.
Mr. President,
Mr. Papandrea?
I'd like to make 2 points. First of all, I discussed this matter with the Attorney's Office, Ms. Michaels, and also Tom Bomarito. And the points that we'd like to make are as follows. On the house being sold and funds first of all, let me say, if someone has been treated unfairly, I also agree with the council president that this situation has to be rectified. I don't like to see anybody treated unfairly.
Thank you.
But on the issue of the sale, the funds that were obtained, as long as the money was used for the charity and not enhancing somebody unjustly, I see no problem with that. The second point is, having worked in the attorney's office for 28, 29 years, alongside part of the time with Mr. Schroeder, I know Mr. Schroeder worked on a lot of contracts. I didn't work on that many, but I know when we have a contract to do, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We take prior contacts, cut and paste, put it together, and hopefully come up with something that's relevant. So hopefully come up with something that's relevant.
I don't cut and paste, I don't.
All right, I know you're a high-class guy. I'm just like...
Most expensive law firm in the state.
There you go. We cut and paste. Hopefully it does the job without taking too much time to do it. So in this case, what happened was Ms. Michaels should have cut something that wasn't cut, and it was left in there. And and nobody caught the mistake. Council didn't catch it. She didn't catch it. Nobody caught it. I didn't catch it. And the part that was changed was the part that should have been cut out to begin with. So it's not a matter of anybody doing any fraud or anything like that. It's just a mistake that's sometimes made in law firms. Certainly I've made mistakes, a lot of people made mistakes, but I don't see it rising to the level of some big investigation or anything like that. I will oppose any kind of subpoena or trying to make a big deal out of this. I will support what the council president suggested. If this lady was treated unfairly, and it sounds like she was, sounds like she got a very bad deal, and I would like to rectify that.
Mr. President?
Mr. President.
Can you tell me what the mistake was?
The mistake was not, when you're cutting and pasting, you should have cut something out
But
that you didn't.
but what specifically? Because we approved certain things, and then later, Ms. Toya drew through stuff and wrote in her own language. She's the one that changed the document, not the city attorney's office. They just accepted whatever she did and never brought it back to council for us to vote on and approve the changes that the buyer made. The city attorneys didn't make that mistake. That's the purchaser changed the language on the deed. So that's what I'm wondering.
I can't answer that because I don't know the answer to it.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Watts?
Yeah, I found that really funny, Mr. Papandrea. We approved the title information, what the restrictions were on it, and it was changed after it left here. That's blatant. And to see these violations overturned just while they're gone, I mean, this is something I've been talking about since I've been on council that's going on with things out there that's not getting rectified in the field. And now we have a lady here, and I hope there's no more of these, but we're going to find out, is stuck with this home. And in my opinion, we're going to have to try to do something to make it right. So let's move on.
Mr. President.
Mr. Lafferty?
In a similar situation that occurred probably about 13, 14 months into our term, a resident in District 2 had their roof replaced. It was done under permit, it was inspected, the inspection passed, and then a short time later, that individual telephoned me and explained the problems with their roof. The shingles were warping, the nails were coming out, and the roof was faulty. And what ended up happening is I advised him to file an insurance claim with the city. And because the city owns the liability, when you inspect and you say, this has got a green sticker, you own the liability. You're saying, yes, this was done correctly, this was done properly. So I would imagine that this homeowner could follow that same process and file an insurance claim against every single green sticker that was issued for every single item that is wrong with the house. And in a sense, the building department, if these stickers were issued improperly, has made the city liable for all of the repairs necessary to bring this house up to code as it should have been prior to the sale.
Mr. President?
Now, I'm sorry, I
I
have
didn't
one,
mean to interrupt.
one other item that I find it interesting, that the person that defended the city attorney's office also voted against a similar item that Ms. Michaels had a cut and paste error on, and could have been a minor issue, but it required it to come back to council. This was the Mr. Car Wash that was proposed on 12 Mile. It went through planning, it came to us with a recommendation, but it required the petitioner to go back through the legal process, go back to planning, have the restrictions on their operating hours brought back to planning, and then passed through planning, and then given back to us for consideration. We ended up denying it. But that's the proper process. You can't just willy-nilly, to quote Ms. Moore, you change an agreement, a contract, so to speak, that we voted on after the fact. That's fraud.
Any additional? Call the question on Ms. Moore's motion. Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
No.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
No.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passed 5-2. Next item.
Next item is 13D, Councilmember Gary Watts, discussion in Ray, Assessor's Office letters to residents. Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Moore, support by Watts. Discussion, Mr. Watts.
Unfortunately, the city assessor isn't here tonight, but apparently there's been quite a few letters gone out across the city that they're reassessing homes. I know a couple people have contacted me about it, and I can't find anybody that's lived here any length of time that has ever had this happen to them before. Why we're going out reassessing homes, especially when property tax is an all-time high. Now, I'd like to have some explanations from the assessor's office, so hopefully we can ask for that. The other problem I have with this is at a DDA meeting, I believe it was 2 months ago, they approved a bill for the attorney that works for the city on the property tax tribunal, reviews when people protest their taxes. And,
Callahan.
yeah, and the city assessor actually kind of laughed about it when she talked about how many people didn't get their thing through. I thought that was kind of disrespectful to the residents. I mean, after all, they're paying her wages. All the residents here are paying the wages. And on top of that, the mayor laughed about it. He goes, we've been successful at keeping people from getting their taxes reduced. And he laughed about it. And then these letters go out, like a month later, and people are all asking, what is going on here? What are they doing? So I would hope that for the next meeting that the city assessor could either show up here and explain what's going on or send us some kind of documentation of why they're doing it. I can't find any other community that's doing it either. So I'd like some answers.
Any other discussion on this item? Motion to receive and file?
Support.
Or to have the assessor come to the next meeting?
Yes.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Next item.
Next item is 13D, Councilmember Gary Watts, discussion in Ray, closure of Owen Jacks Community Center. So moved.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Mr. Watts?
Yes. See, Mr. Turcato was able to get through the night here and stay with us, so I appreciate that. If I could, question is here, is I received some complaints that people are trying to rent the community center, and they're told it's closed.
Community Center or Owen Jacks?
I'm sorry, Owen Jacks Community Center.
Good evening, Council. No, Owen Jack's open just at a different capacity. We have our Warren Civic Theater is using it for their home at the present time. They are practicing 2-3 times a week there. I had some churches use it for 6-8 week camp for basketball. So if someone calls, they're more than welcome to rent it if it's open time. We will try to work around the schedule with Civic Theater, but yeah, that's open for that, on a daily basis for that. Not walk-ins, right down the street, we have Fitz Rec Center open for the seniors. With bingo out of there, chair exercises, we have luncheons, so that's where most of it's going at this time. But it's open.
So it's not open if somebody wants to rent it to have a baby shower or,
If the day is permitted, yes. If that time is, I usually check with Greg Triscoma what days he's using it, but they use it 3 to 4 days a week on practice, or I'll tell him, like I did for the basketball camp, that they all work together on the 6-week period, that they open it up for them to use it. So if it's available, we work with it. And if it's, we have rooms here. We have, cafeteria here is available. If they need, we push wherever we can, but it's open if they need that, yes.
The residents spent a lot of money to renovate that building and, build it out to make it a community center. And it's not open to the public. It should be open. It should be open just like this
What's a
building is
community?
open.
We have a community center right here, Councilman.
Why
I
are
mean,
you
that
making
there
people,
is-
why are you
that-
making the people in the south end drive all the way up here when they got a community center that's sitting there closed?
Fitz Rec Center is a community center. That's the same thing. It has a basketball. It has senior activity. You explain to me the difference. I mean.
Explain to me the difference and why the people at 9 Mile and Van Dyke, 9 Mile and Hoover have to go somewhere else when they got a
could go to
community
9
center
Mile and
right there.
Ryan, it's right down the street, sir. They can do the same thing.
Why can't we use the building that's locked up?
It's not locked up. The Warren Theaters weren't using it as their practice
They're
facility.
not there during the day.
Well, you're correct, they're not. They are there some days they're in the evening, so. And then getting back to your statement on your earlier discussion on the $5.7 million, this council here, and you can like me or dislike me, has not given me 1 penny of capital improvement money for the parks, Mr. Watts. The $3.6 million came from our last council, and that's what we're still working on. We did a 2020 plan, master plan, that Mr. Lafferty had me come back, and it was upgraded all the parks, one by one by one. And we did Butcher last year, and we did Austin Dennis this year, and we did Hartsick, and we did Miller, and we continued on. And now you took all that money away from us residents. I'm a Warren resident too.
We didn't take
That's all you worried about.
any money away.
All you took every penny
No,
away.
you want to sit here and argue, Mr. Turcato?
You took all the money away. You put $20 million to the fire department because that's what you love, but there's 20,000 people that love the parks too, and there's nothing there for us.
We didn't give any ARPA money to the fire department for those fire halls. That came out of the DDA. Now, as far as the ARPA money, we've said it many times since that $5.7 million came. Nobody came from your administration, from the Fouts administration, to the budget hearings. Had you come to the budget hearings and you sat down with us like a normal business person would have done and discussed what you wanted to do and give us a document of what you were going to spend the money for, I would have gladly voted for it. But you know what? I'm not going to give you a penny when I'm seeing stuff not getting done or it's getting done halfway.
You're not familiar with the 2020 master plan that you approved?
I am.
Oh, then why didn't you just open a page by page, and look at it? We're progressing.
Because that's
we
not
were at
what was
Butcher Park, we're at Austin Dennis. It was the next.
You could spin it any way you want, but you know
you
what?
spin it every single time, Mr. Watts. You beat up on my department in every single chance you get. And that's the answer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you know what?
I'm a Warren resident too.
I expect
we
things to be
appreciate
done
everything.
right. I expect you to fill the positions and get people in
We
here and
have
get
filled the
work done.
positions. We have made changes.
We get people that are complaining constantly. You got plenty of money to get some
plenty
of
of
this
money.
stuff
It's called, what capital improvement money have you given me, Mr. Watts?
You can't get the bathrooms cleaned up with your money at the Halmich Park?
Yeah, we're cleaning cleaning the bathrooms? The pavilion's falling apart.
I gave you guys $1 million.
The pavilion's falling apart. You want that? That's a safety issue if you want to check it from the Lions Club. You want to go there? We could shut that down tomorrow. It's a safety issue. Have you looked? Have you come out and seen?
Yeah.
Where's the money? ARPA money? We proposed one for Halmich Park. Did you give it to us?
Let me ask you one
you did
question.
not.
Let me ask you one question. Why did you not come and explain that at budget hearings?
I didn't think we were needed at that time. How's that?
No, how about you were denied by the mayor to come. That's obstruction of the legislative body.
Did you not see the master plan, and did you not
I'm
see
not
how
asking
much-
about the master plan. You
how
had a
much prop-
chance, to come to budget hearings and sit down and talk with us. And you failed to do so.
Your Highness, Mr. Watts, the people of this city should come first. The recreation parks of this city should come first. Time and time again, you voted against the city. You voted against the parks. Just admit it. You're a disgrace. You're a disgrace, and you'll be gone in 58 days. You'll be gone.
Are you leaving now, Ron?
In 58 days, you'll be gone. Read my lips.
All right, are we done?
Well,
I don't think there's any.
listen, I'm not going to argue about this. The community center needs to be open. The residents down there are asking for it to be open.
He's explained they're open to other community groups. There's a schedule. You have to follow the schedule.
Come on, go take your pill.
Mr. President.
Mr. Papandreou.
Mr. Putin, President Putin, you look just like him, you act just like him.
Okay, good job.
Mr. President?
Oh, Ms. Moore.
Yes, I'll take care of it, thank you.
No, Mr. Tagato.
The nuts are out.
Council put $1 million in this budget to fix the bathrooms, correct? Nobody asked us for us.
Councilwoman Moore, I'm not going down that line. There's needs to be more than that for that park.
I'm only
okay?
talking about one thing at a time.
All right.
And then we were given no capital. We were thrown in a figure, an ARPA figure, just to throw it in to the budget with no backup, with no.
You have all the rights in
Wait,
the world for me to bring an item up here.
With no.
And for you
Excuse
to deny. So
you know what? If you want to, you know what? Keep interrupting.
Look.
Again, I'm being very respectful.
And I know, but like
Could you
Veterans
answer?
Park, we talked about a new play structure. It's denied because there's no money. We talked about a new play structure at Litch Park.
Mr. Turcato,
It's denied because there's no money.
Mr. Turcato, please calm down for one.
I'm just telling you, I get yelled at too, you know.
Okay, can we just have
Yes.
a calm conversation? In this budget for capital improvements, there was no mention of anything you speak of. That we can only budget what is in there. Nobody came, excuse me, please. No one came to us and said, we need a playscape at so-and-so, and we deal in budgets. And I know that we've added a lot of money outside the budget. I think just about every year we've added appropriations. But there was nothing that was requested, and that is what the problem is when we don't have, a one-on-one dialogue with department heads so that we can understand, we can talk, we can say, oh yeah, I get that now, I don't understand that. But when we are working in a vacuum without information, we can only do the best we can do. There was, nobody asked us for playground equipment anywhere in the budget. We never saw it, but we knew that we had to get those bathrooms cleaned. How much? That was serious stuff to have done. So we put $1 million, which is way more than we probably need for those bathrooms.
Honestly, this probably will not be enough when we get back.
Okay, well, we'll deal with that. We'll do an appropriation if it's not enough.
Okay.
But,
You control the budget and you control the purse string that you've told me, okay?
But you can't expect.
And so,
Wait, excuse me.
I gave you a master plan that we were working
Okay, but
towards all those parks.
The master plan is not the budget.
Yes, it
okay?
is, because it was
It
going
is not
towards the
No,
park.
it's not. Do you know it's not? Sorry, Mr. Turcato, it's not. That is not the budget. We all work off plans. We have a charter. We have all kinds of things we work off in this city. But that doesn't mean it's in the budget, right? We operate on a budget.
So I don't.
Nobody proposed, in fact, we even asked for what every department asked for. If you asked for 3 trucks, we wanted to know that.
I appreciate you, Mel.
You know what, you can keep interrupting me.
And quit browbeating our employees. Quit browbeating our employees. You've done it for 4 years. I'm sick of it. Quit browbeating our employees.
I have not browbeat anyone.
I appreciate the $1 million. When that time comes, we'll address it for the park, for that bathrooms over there, but there was a proposal for more than that at that park, and there's a proposal for more, and those bathrooms are horrific. We're going to need to tear them down and start over.
I understand.
And it's going to cost more than $1 million just for one. I'm being very open
I
to
get
you.
it. Okay, but we weren't asked for any money for the bathrooms, and we just picked up.
Well, you
$1 million.
did that for a political reason to make somebody happy because you heard the bathrooms were bad, but some of the parks need upgrades
You think I
too.
ever do anything political? Then you don't know me very well, because I am the least political person in the world.
Well, does that pavilion need work over there? We've discussed that.
It probably does, and the Lions Club said they'll fix it.
It's almost $750,000, Councilman Moore. I mean, I'm not
Okay,
trying
but
to...
all we're talking about the budget. And all we can do is operate with what we were given. Nothing was asked for. You didn't even ask for us to fix the bathrooms.
And then, okay, that's fine.
And all we're asking is why, Fitzgerald, we shut down Fitzgerald Rec Center 20 years ago because it was a dump. And I don't know what's been done in the interim. I've only been by it.
Very nice.
But why aren't we?
Stay on Owen Jacks.
Pardon me?
We're on, the item is Owen Jacks.
I know, that's what I'm asking, I don't understand why it's not open.
They're both nice facilities, very nice.
Yeah, I just, that 9 Mile area is,
Motion by Morris, support by Lafferty to
Okay.
receive and file.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Takano.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item.
Next item is 13F, which was tabled June 13th, 2023. Councilmember Jonathan Lafferty, discussion in Ray, update from the administration regarding hotel home on Bellow, building department, zoning, property maintenance, and fire. Motion to remove from the table?
Support to remove from the table.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty to remove from the table. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion to approve with discussion.
Motion by Lafferty, support by Moore. Discussion, Mr. Lafferty.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Cummins. Good evening again.
Good evening, Mr. Lafferty.
Thank you. I am in receipt of some documentation, and it looks like the owner of this property was cited for an informal hearing for operating a business out of a residence and also operating a boarding house out of a home. Can you add a little color to all of the rest of the documentation here?
I can.
Thank you.
On April 12th, he was issued a ticket, and tomorrow morning at 9:30, he will be in the 37th District Court. Mr. Nugent will be appearing before Magistrate Sophia regarding the ticket that was written for running a business in a resident in violation of city code. On the 28th of June, he will again be before Sophia for renting without a license. So, and those tickets, as you can tell, were written 2 months ago. So it takes a little while for the wheels of progress to move. But he has been ticketed. They are going into court. His first is tomorrow morning. The second one will be on June 28th. And that should be the end of this particular file, hopefully.
One can certainly hope so. I did notice, because I've been tracking it, and it finally fell off of the Airbnb site. So the individual rooms, it does appear that he has ceased renting, at least officially through the site. And so I'll look forward to hearing the results of both of these hearings.
Yes, they should be successful.
All right. I do appreciate the follow-through, and through the chair to Ms. Moore, we can remove both, I believe there's either 2 or 3 items relative to the Bellevue home on our calendar of pending matters. Those can all be removed. And I will follow up with the residents over there to let them know as soon as we have some the results of tomorrow's hearing, and hopefully get this put to bed and we calm the neighborhood down.
Very good.
Very much appreciate your assistance. Thank you.
Mr.
You're
Cummins?
very welcome.
Hijacking the item for a second.
Sorry.
Stay on the topic.
Can you stay on topic?
Nope. The guy who emails us about the illegal rentals, has he got any basis for that, or you know which ones I mean? We get them like every day.
On which residence?
He emails like he finds 4 rent signs and sees that they're not a registered rental, and emails us daily.
You mean the
Is he out of Ann Arbor?
guy that used to work for Donato?
I have no idea.
And was the property manager for those properties?
Is that what it
But
is?
doesn't live in the city of Warren? And
Yeah.
continually sends us lists of properties that he was not
That's the
able to
one.
bring into compliance when he was the property manager? That particular fellow?
That's what I was wondering where it came from.
Sounds like we're talking about the same guy. Yeah, we are, we've, usually by the time you get those, we've already corrected those.
That's what I figured. I just want to get that on the record. Thank you.
No.
Because we get them too, and as long as you're on top of them, I feel better.
We are.
Motion receive and file. Lafferty, Moore,
Yes.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Next item.
14A, which was tabled 6/13/2023.
We got G, H, and I. Transfer station, landmark, and parking lot striping.
Oh, geez.
Tilt your microphone down.
Oh, yeah, G. G is resolution requesting the administration to solicit bids for the operation of the waste transfer station at 25600 Flanders, Warren, Michigan. Motion to approve.
Support
Discussion?
Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion, Ms. Moore.
Yes, we have the transfer station, I think it's under a 10-year contract that's going to end at the end of this year. we need to get an RFP started so that we can get that accomplished before the end of the year. I can read the resolution. Whereas a contract exists between the City of Warren and a vendor for the lease of the transfer station at 25600 Flanders, which includes provisions for payment of an administrative fee to the city, rental payment and utilities and royalties, additional rent income, and whereas the existing contract expires on December 31, 2023, whereas there is a dispute between the administration and the vendor whereby the administration has declared the vendor in breach of contract and the administration is attempting to evict the vendor with a lawsuit in district court, and whereas the administration has not solicited bids for the lease and operations of the transfer station even though the contract expires at the end of this year and may be terminated sooner. And whereas the purchasing ordinance would require the solicitation of bids for a project that is the size and scope of leasing and operating the transfer station. Therefore, be it resolved, the City Council formally requests that the administration solicit bids for the lease and operation of the transfer station so that a competitively bid contract can be awarded before the expiration of the existing contract, and be it further resolved that there shall not be any no bid or emergency contracts for the operations of the transfer station because there are other options the city is currently utilizing for the processing of solid waste for disposal at an acceptable landfill. And be it further resolved that an open and competitive bid process is the only acceptable method of determining which company shall be awarded a long-term contract at the transfer station. You know, so many times these contracts are coming up and we're giving them a week before and the contract, expires, the day of a council meeting. So we want to have this done in the next couple of months so that there's going to be a change of administration in November. We do not want this hanging out there and not taken care of before that takes place.
Further discussion? Call the question. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passes 7-0. Next item.
Next item is 13H, discussion Ray Landmark Estates. Motion to approve with discussion.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion?
1 second. I just lost it. Hold on a minute. That's what you get when you... I will make a motion based on the discussions in closed session earlier this evening. The City Council reiterates its request that the City Attorney's Office file a public nuisance lawsuit against the owners and operators of Landmark Estates and that the City County be provided all relevant updates as the litigation proceeds.
Support.
Discussion?
No, he doesn't get to discuss. Nobody gets to talk.
Call the question. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passes 7-0. Next item.
Next item is 14A, which was tabled on 6/13/2023. Request of the...
Parking lot striping.
Oh my gosh, I missed another one. I'm asleep here.
Lafferty. with
Sorry.
striping.
13I, update parking lot striping and resurfacing. Motion to approve.
Support Lafferty with discussion.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion, Mr. Lafferty.
Thank you. This is through the chair to Mr. Vinson. There is a outstanding item that we have still open, which is the changes to the first reading that we made relative to parking lot striping and resurfacing. And we sent this over to you several months ago. Just some very simple changes to the ordinance you sent back to us, and that has not been returned to us for a second reading.
Evening, Mr. Vinson.
Good evening. I will investigate that, and I will get that back to you as soon as possible.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Any additional? Motion to receive and file? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Next item, now we're on 14.
Don't go too far, Mr. Vinson.
14A, which was tabled 6/13/2023, request of the legal department for a transfer of funds between line items in the amount of $20,700 and an additional appropriation of funds in the amount of $12,000 in order to provide sufficient funds in several accounts for the balance of the fiscal year, including contractual obligations and an upgrade to a cloud-based document management system. Consideration and adoption of a resolution. 5 votes are needed.
Is there a motion to take it off the table?
Motion to remove from the table?
Support.
Motion by Lafferty, support by Watts to remove from the table. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Items off the table. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by
Support
Moore,
with-
support by Lafferty. Discussion, Mr. Lafferty.
Discussion. Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Vinson. Thank you for the materials that you sent through. Just to provide some context, we had tabled this because I had some concerns about the maintaining the custody of the data that we were going to transfer to M-Files. Now, from your department, it indicates that we do not have a master services agreement with this vendor.
That is correct. They've been governed by the terms and conditions.
Okay. Well, and it's a matter of preference. I will, of course, defer to you, but I always prefer to see a master services agreement on our paper that we own, we define. I did read them, and 5.3 does indicate that they will agree to return or destroy our information upon termination.
Correct.
So I went down to the termination clause, because I'm always looking at, you're asking for a 5-year subscription, and that can be rather long, especially if we end up being dissatisfied. But the termination is not strong enough to protect us, because it only refers to the city having the ability to terminate for a material breach of contract.
Correct. Right.
So whether we breach it or they breach it, we don't have a standard clause that says within written notice of 60 days, 90 days, we can terminate without cause. And I can see what they're trying to do, because they tied it to making them whole for their subscription period. And what it sounds like, let's say in year 3, your department comes back to us and says, we need to get out of the M-Files agreement. Well, we still have 2 years left on the subscription. And according to this, we would have to pay the 2 years to get out of the contract. We shouldn't have that authority. That's why I'm suggesting that we have an MSA on our own paper that they sign for us, allowing us the ability, unless we have the ability to modify the terms and conditions of termination. So I'm looking to you for how do we modify or amend their terms and conditions.
We can execute a separate document modifying that provision.
All right. I would like to see that, and so I don't want to hold this up any further. I would like to be able to give the law department
Subject to,
the appropriate direction to approve, with the direction to amend the terms and conditions to give us
The termination provision.
termination agreement
Okay.
without cause, subject to 60 or 90 days notification to the vendor.
All right. We can do that.
With that amendment, Ms. Moore, do you agree?
Yes.
any further discussion? Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Any votes yes, item passes 7-0. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Next item.
14B, which was tabled 6/13/2023, request of the Attorney's Office to authorize the upgrade and subscription renewal of its document management system from the sole source provider M-Files, Inc. for a 5-year period in an amount not to exceed $60,000. Consideration and adoption of a resolution. Motion to remove from the table.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty, remove from the table. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion to approve.
Support.
So this is the item that needs the clause.
Yes, they're tied together. One was the line item, but we talked about it on
So
line item 8.
let the record reflect that the 14B is the one that needs
That's correct.
cancellation.
Yes, the termination clause.
Thank you. Any discussion? Call the question, Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passes 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Vinson.
Next item.
14C, request of the Building Inspections Division for an increase in budgeted appropriations in the amount of $5,749. Consideration and adoption of a resolution. 5 votes are needed. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion? Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passes 7-0. Next item.
14D, request of the 37th District Court for an increase in budgeted appropriations in the amount of $52,000. Consideration and adoption of a resolution. 5 votes are needed. So moved.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion? Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
No.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passes 6-1. Next item.
Next item is E, consideration and adoption of a resolution approving amendment of the fiscal year 2024 budget to provide funding for DDA contractual obligations. 5 votes are needed. Motion to approve with discussion.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion, Ms. Moore.
Mr. Schroeder, are these items that we've,
I was familiar with the next item. Item F.
I'm sorry? which
so
item?
F is what is covering the past?
Yes, and E is for the current. So I would like to say that it's DDA existing contractual obligations, not future.
Pardon?
So E, so 14E is, I thought I knew what the item
Existing
was.
contractual obligations.
14E is putting funds back in the 2024 budget for the contractual obligations.
For existing.
To cover F.
No, they're not, they're separate. They're two separate
Okay,
items.
then I'm not on board with that. I gotta see what that is. Somebody else go and ask questions. If you-
Mr. President,
Ms. Rogency?
can Mr. Knapp maybe walk us through what
Mr.
specifically?
Knapp, do you have a schedule of the contractual obligations in there?
They're all listed on the second page of the letter. I mean, I don't have the contractor names, but the landscaping services, the holiday lights,
So
and the Michigan Tax
$500,000?
Tribunals, those are all awarded contracts.
Yeah, existing contracts.
Was that for last year's budget?
No, that's for the 2024 budget. These are the same items that were in 2023.
Okay. Okay,
Mr. President?
okay.
Ms. Rogency?
Yeah, we're fine.
So they're carry forward to 2024,
Right.
same.
Yeah, those contracts,
Yeah.
I listed, the ones that are specifically awarded contracts are run, I think, through 2025.
Yeah, but because no
Right,
one showed up
we're
for
good.
budget hearings, we didn't have any data.
Really quickly, I just want to note, which may, Mr. Watts's comment about the attorney. I'm guessing most of the time we go to the tax tribunal for big box stores. So I'm guessing if anyone was celebratory, I would assume it was big box folks.
No,
Oh,
it
no,
was
these
Holmes.
were-
It was Holmes.
Got it, okay.
Any additional? Call the question, Ms. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passes 7-0. Next item.
14F, consideration and adoption of a resolution approving the payment of DDA invoices outstanding from fiscal year 2022 in the total amount of $160,219.69. 5 votes are needed. So moved.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yep.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passes 7-0. Next item.
Thank you.
Next item is 14G, request of the Human Resources Department for an increase in budgeted appropriations in the amount of $19,000. Consideration and adoption of a resolution. 5 votes needed. Motion to approve.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passes 7-0. Next item.
14H, request of the Human Resources Department for an increase of award to Michigan.com in the amount of $10,000 for advertising available positions within the city. Consideration and adoption of a resolution. So moved.
Support.
Motion by Moore, support by Watts. Discussion. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
No.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Green votes no, item passed 5-2. Next item.
14I, request of the Police Department for an increase in budgeted revenues in the amount of $15,000 for 9/11 dispatch training with recently enacted Macomb County 9/11 surcharge tax revenue and an additional appropriation of funds in the amount of $15,625. Consideration and adoption of a resolution. 5 votes are needed. So moved.
Support.
Motion by Moore, support by Watts. Discussion. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passes 7-0. Next item.
Next item is 14J, request of the Parks and Recreation Department for an additional appropriation of funds from the fund balance in the amount of $524 to cover the increased cost to purchase a 2023 Chevrolet Silverado 25 pickup truck. Consideration and adoption of a resolution. 5 votes are needed. So moved.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion. Moore, Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passes 7-0. Next item.
14K, request of the Parks and Recreation Department to award bid ITBW 0973 for the purchase of one 2023 Chevrolet Silverado 2500 through LaFontaine Auto Group in the amount of $60,524. Consideration and adoption of a resolution. So moved.
Support Lafferty.
Discussion.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion, Mr. Watts.
Mr. Chicado, just a quick question. Is this the one that you were talking you couldn't get locally?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Papandrea?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passes 7-0. Next item.
14L, request for approval of an RFP panel and the appointment of one council representative to review proposals on green space conservation plan.
Sir. Anybody?
Ms. Rogency, would you be interested in that?
Sure.
I'd nominate
We're all
you.
looking down at you.
Sure.
Okay, I make a motion.
accept
Ms.
the-
Rogency.
Yes.
I don't think it's yours now.
It's not mine.
Somebody support that.
Support Lafferty.
Who made the motion?
I did.
Moore. Lafferty. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations. Next item.
14M, request for approval of an RFP panel and the appointment of one council representative to review proposals on incident or alerting systems.
This sounds
I
like
wouldn't do it.
technical.
I wouldn't mind that one.
Sounds like a
I'll take it.
technical thing. You want that one?
Oh, you can take it if you want. Go ahead. Don't do any-
Nominate Mr. Lafferty.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Next item.
Next item is 14N, request for approval of an RFP panel and the appointment of one council representative to review proposals related to non-motorized transportation plans.
Is that like bicycle?
I would assume so.
Not my gig.
I'll take it. Anybody have any objections?
No.
All in favor?
Objections.
Aye.
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 So
Next
should we,
item.
should we make a real motion for that, though? I'll make a motion that it's Pat.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll support it.
Thank you. Next item.
Adjournment. So moved.
Did we covered everything?
Can I get a support?
Support Lafferty to
All in
adjourn.
favor to adjourn?
Aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned.